Chapter 783. A frivolous figure. Is the Reliance School so unreasonable? Bai Yunfei was killed because they wanted to kill us. At this moment Wan stepped forward. Not fearing the crowd, she glared coldly at the elder from the Reliance School. After all, Bai Yunfei had been rejected by her. So he used his sword to kill her. After that, he was killed by Lin Ling. How could she blame anyone else? Could she and the others just watch Bai Yunfei do whatever he wanted? They wanted to kill you, so you let them kill you. What's more, this matter came from your mouth. Who knows if it's true or not? Maybe you wanted to seduce Bai Yunfei and failed. So you became angry out of humiliation and plotted to kill him. The elder said angrily. Now that things had come to this, someone had to come out and be the scapegoat to appease the prodigy. Therefore, he put the blame on the Azure Cloud School. I didn't. Wan anxiously refuted. Wan, you don't have to explain. Bai Yunfei was killed by you and Lin Ling. You were jealous that Bai Yunfei was with me, so you held a grudge against him. That's why you killed the elder of the Reliance School. As soon as Wan finished refuting, a sinister voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that the speaker was Kai Xianling. At this moment, Kai Xianling was staring coldly at Wan. Her beautiful eyes were full of resentment. In fact, she also knew that Bai Yunfei was courting death, but she was not reconciled. Bai Yunfei had abandoned her and pursued Wan instead. This made her very jealous. Moreover, she still felt that Bai Yunfei loved her. It was just that Wan appeared and charmed Bai Yunfei, causing him to be obsessed for a while. But in the end, she was confident that with her own efforts, she would be able to get Bai Yunfei. And with Bai Yunfei she had everything, but now she had lost it all. Therefore she was not reconciled. She wanted Wan to die. She wanted Lin Ling to die. Previously, Lin Ling did not say anything to her, but she could feel that Lin Ling's eyes were full of disdain and pity for her. In addition, Lin Ling was the #1 genius, but he had never liked her. All these things made her even more unwilling. Now she wanted to see who was the pitiful one. Senior sister, you. Wan looked at Kai Xianling absent-mindedly, as if she could not believe everything in front of her. Some people in the crowd knew that Kai Xianling was slandering Wan and Lin Ling. Because of jealousy, Kai Xianling seemed to have a twisted mind. But they did not dare to speak out. After all, the Reliance School to find a scapegoat to appease the prodigy. Therefore, if they came out to speak, they would be inviting trouble. As expected, you're all going to die, shouted the elder furiously. Kai Xianling's eyes turned cold as she said, kill them all. The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect were nervous. They had become the enemy of everyone in the square. The Reliance sect elders wanted to kill them, but the Blue Cloud sect leader and the others didn't dare to say anything. They feared the chosen. Wan, you don't have to explain. Right or wrong is in the human heart. Sometimes people are selfish. They only think for themselves. So, when dealing with such people, there's no need to talk too much. Why don't you? Just then a calm voice sounded. Lin Ling walked out slowly and came to Wan who was crying unjustly. Wan nodded. The sense of security in her heart grew stronger. Lin Ling looked at the elder of the Reliance School indifferently. He waved his right hand and used the tyrannical song sword for the first time since he came to the Water Moon Holy Land. His arrogant figure appeared again. Explain. Kill. Hey. Swish. The sword light flashed like a crescent moon across the crowd's eyes. The elder of the Reliance School narrowed his eyes. His head exploded. Flames appeared on his body. He was killed by the sword. Yes, the Reliance School wanted to use the people of the Blue Cloud School as scapegoats. No matter how they tried to explain, it was useless. In fact, it was power that represented everything. Bai Yunfei was wrong first. But the crowd thought he was right because he had a powerful brother. So Lin Ling told them that he, Lin Ling, was the master of right and wrong, because he had the power to surpass everything. You killed our elder. Someone from the Reliance School shouted in the distance. Swish. The flaming sword slashed out again. The elder pointed at Lin Ling and reprimanded him. But in the next moment, he could not say anything because he was also dead. Another elder had fallen. Only now did the crowd realize that Lin Ling of the Blue Cloud School was terrifyingly powerful. Killing an elder was as easy as chopping vegetables. Moreover, Lin Ling was arrogant. It seemed there was nothing he did not dare to do. For a moment, the people of the Reliance School did not dare to say anything. What a powerful genius! He was more than twice as powerful as Bai Yunfei. Had he reached the heavenly spirit stage? The faces of the people of the Blue Cloud School were also stiff. They could not believe what they had seen. Lin Ling, the trash of the Blue Cloud School, had not made any progress in cultivation for several months. He was the most inconspicuous existence. But now, was he still the most inconspicuous existence? This dazzling light was enough to shock the world. A young man not even 20 years old was able to kill an elder. Who in the 3 schools could do this? If you want to condemn someone, you can easily find a pretext. Therefore, I will use my sword to solve everything. Ignoring the silence in the square, Lin Ling said indifferently. Everyone looked at him. They found that the young man was standing there like a pine tree. He was as elegant as the clouds and as arrogant as a mountain peak. His domineering aura was completely different from before. You're dead. Earlier you had the Reliance sect kill a few people from the Blue Cloud sect. That was enough to quench the Reliance sect's anger. But now you've killed them. Do you want the entire Blue Cloud sect to be buried with them? The first elder of the Blue Cloud School shouted angrily. The disciples of the Blue Cloud School were relieved that they would not be killed by the elder of the Reliance School. Lin Ling, it's good that you suffered alone. Now you've implicated the entire Blue Cloud School. Kai Xianling also said angrily. In the current situation, even if she wanted to stay out of it, it seemed impossible. The entire Blue Cloud School had been implicated by Lin Ling. Before, they had only sacrificed Wan and a few other disciples. You're despicable. Lin Ling slowly turned around and coldly looked at Kai Xianling. Kai Xuanling's delicate body trembled. Lin Ling's eyes were so cold. I used my sword not only to defend right and wrong, but also to save the disciples of the Blue Cloud School. Now you say that I implicated you. The indifferent voice made the hearts of the disciples of the Blue Cloud School tremble. Yes, Lin Ling had saved them, but the first elder blamed Lin Ling. I know you saved them, but sometimes saving people is harming them. The first elder looked coldly at Lin Ling and then said to the sect leader, in my opinion, Lin Ling should be the one to blame. What he did has nothing to do with the Blue Cloud School. Only then can we live. So ugly. The pupils of the Blue Cloud School's disciples constricted. The first elder was burning the bridge after crossing the river. The sect leader of the Blue Cloud School also frowned. When the Reliance School had killed the disciples of the Blue Cloud School, the first elder was afraid of the geniuses, so he did not dare to take action. But Lin Ling took action, so the Reliance School did not dare to be arrogant. But the first elder took action against Lin Ling. Chapter 784. The Arrival of the Genius. My father is right. Kai Xianling said coldly. It seemed that with the support of the great elder, she was not so afraid of Lin Ling. She then looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, destroy your own cultivation so that we don't have to fight. Damn! Very sinister. At this moment, even the sect leader of the Blue Cloud sect frowned. For the first time, he felt that Kai Xianling was very disgusting. Xiao! At this moment, a flame shot out like a meteor and fell on the great elder of the Blue Cloud sect. It instantly engulfed him, causing him to cry out in pain. He fell to the ground and rolled around. A moment later he stopped breathing. This happened so fast that the crowd did not even have time to react. However, they were staring at Lin Ling because it was Lin Ling who attacked. The great elder of the Blue Cloud sect? You don't seem to know your own strength. Lin Ling's face was indifferent as he spat out a sentence coldly. The great elder wanted to harm Lin Ling and had always thought of Lin Ling as a weak disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. However, he seemed to have forgotten that Lin Ling was able to kill the Reliance sect's elder. His strength was naturally incomparably terrifying. The great elder wanted Lin Ling to destroy his own cultivation. Wasn't that courting death? Now your backer is gone. Lin Ling looked at Kai Xianling and said. Kai Xuanling's eyes widened. Her father had died in front of her eyes. She wanted to use her father's prestige to make Lin Ling regret offending her. However, her most powerful backer could not withstand a single blow from Lin Ling, and was easily killed. Everyone in the Blue Cloud sect was silent. Even the sect leader was the same. Lin Ling's strength seemed to be unfathomable. Sect leader, today I will repay the debt of saving my life. From now on I will leave the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Ling looked at the old man and bowed. The old man and Wan had saved him before, so he had to take responsibility for everything today. He would take responsibility for what he had done and would not implicate the Qing Yun sect. Lin Ling you. Qing Yun sect's sect leader said anxiously, feeling as if he had missed something. Everyone from the Qing Yun sect had mixed feelings. Lin Ling seemed to have decided everything. Everyone who had been so aggressive just now didn't dare to say anything. Lin Ling dominated everything. However, at this moment, a thunderous voice rang out. The earth trembled as if an ancient giant beast was strolling over. Who killed my younger brother? His voice was like thunder, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. A thought appeared in their minds. The genius had arrived. An enormous aura shook the entire square. A tall and sturdy figure appeared before everyone's eyes, striding forward like a dragon and tiger. This person was nearly 2 meters tall and wore a black chosen's robe. His exposed muscles were thicker than a normal person's thighs and filled with terrifying strength. He stood there calmly like a mountain that one could only look up to. Clearly, this person's physical cultivation had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Bai Yunzhan. Everyone from the Reliance sect bowed. This young man was the chosen who had been cultivating in the martial arts hall. He was the one they had to respect and look up to. Bang! Bai Yunzhan took a step forward, his aura vast and mighty. The various sect leaders could sense that he was only at the peak of the King Spirit Realm, but his strength had surpassed the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. This meant that he was stronger than all the sect leaders present. Of course, this was normal. The chosen had always surpassed their opponents. Who killed my younger brother? Bai Yunzhan's cold eyes swept across the crowd. No one dared to look him in the eye. It's him. It has nothing to do with us. At this moment, Kai Xianling pointed at Lin Ling with hatred. Lin Ling had destroyed everything she had. First it was Bai Yunfei. Then it was her father. Now she had no one to rely on. In the future she could not be arrogant. Therefore she wanted to see Lin Ling die. Lin Ling's strength was mysterious and terrifying, but how could he be a match for a chosen? In fact, this was the first time he had seen a chosen in his life. It's you? You're ignorant. Bai Yunzhan's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared coldly at Lin Ling. This guy was ignorant. He knew that Bai Yunfei was his younger brother, but he still dared to kill him. Did this young man not know the value of life? Why did he have to provoke him? Many people looked at Lin Ling. They understood Bai Yunzhan's words, and even agreed with them. Lin Ling was indeed ignorant. He had killed the number 1 chosen Bai Yunfei. In truth, he had dug his own grave. Unfortunately, such an outstanding talent had to die at Sacred Moon Mountain. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with a complex expression. Some were gloating, some were sighing, and some were sneering. Lin Ling quietly stood there. One man, one sword. His robes fluttered in the wind. He was as calm as the clouds in the sky, extremely natural. Your strength cannot be considered a true chosen of heaven. Lin Ling's calm voice floated out from his mouth. He had defeated a massive number of chosen of heaven at the Rainforest Holy Land. He thought that the chosen of Watermoon Holy Land would be even stronger, but today he was disappointed. This chosen of heaven was only at the Heavenly Spirit Realm. In the 7 Profound Martial House, this was at best a Moon Guard disciple. You're talking about me? Bai Yunzhan was stunned for a moment, and then he wildly laughed. This chosen of heaven was a dead man, and he had clearly seen his strength. He was only at the early King Spirit Realm. Such a person dared to question him? I'm talking about you. Your strength has not reached the standard of a true chosen of heaven, Lin Ling said again. His tone was incomparably calm, without joy or sorrow. Bai Yunzhan finally frowned. This chosen of heaven was unknown but too natural. His eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Not only that, but this was true contempt. A chosen of heaven is not something that you can understand. A chosen of heaven represents a genius with a firm heart of martial arts. They represent a genius with an outstanding talent. They are the children of heaven. You have never faced a chosen of heaven, so you do not know how terrifying they are. But you will soon understand, Bai Yunjian lightly said. An ethereal aura spread out, and his body seemed to grow even larger. Pung pung pung. The earth seemed to be unable to bear his weight. Layer upon layer of earth caved in, causing many people to gasp. The strength of this mortal body was beyond their imagination. Interesting. He is indeed stronger than the leaders of the three sects. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The martial arts of the Water Moon Holy Land was indeed different. It was actually a combination of spiritual energy and strength. That young man seemed to have cultivated his body's cells to be incomparably sturdy. Of course, Lin Ling was only surprised, but he still did not take it seriously. Pung! Bai Yunjian stepped on the ground and rushed towards Lin Ling like a siege car. An illusion of 3 heads and 6 arms appeared around his body, but in reality, it was not an illusion, but a real 3 heads and 6 arms. 6 kings go to battle. Boom! An incomparably terrifying aura erupted. The 6 fists merged together like an all-in rush towards Lin Ling. There was no doubt that the power was strong. It was an attack of pure strength. Some weaker people even felt their legs go soft and fell to the ground. This was the first time they had seen the strength of a chosen of heaven, and it was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling still stood there quietly without moving. He gently picked up the tyrannical song sword in his right hand, and slowly drew a beautiful trajectory. Then he held the sword with both hands. A majestic aura of sharpness flashed. The light only appeared for a moment before it disappeared without a trace. Oh! Chapter 785. Dominating everything inside his body, his powerful physical strength and sword intent fused together. In addition, the killing intent hidden in his body quietly condensed, causing Lin Ling's sword to be different from before. At the same time, Bai Yunjian's terrifying fist arrived, but Lin Ling heavily slashed out. Heavy kill. It was a collision of strength between an early King Spirit Realm cultivator and a peak King Spirit Realm cultivator. Of course, there was also the sword intent. Boom! An explosion sounded. Under countless shocked gazes, Bai Yunjian's body flew backwards, blood spurting out from his arm. His arm had been cut off. Although Lin Ling's realm was lower than his, Lin Ling's Demon Ox body fortification technique had been trained to the peak. Moreover, Lin Ling had used sword intent which was different from before. It contained the killing intent hidden in Lin Ling's body. This sword was Lin Ling's new sword, and it was incomparably terrifying. It had reached 70% sword intent. How could Bai Yunjian block it? Ah! In the distance, Bai Yunjian let out a painful howl, holding his arm and rolling on the ground. The crowd's hearts trembled fiercely. Was this fake? A dignified genius and expert they had to forever look up to actually had his arm cut off in one move. That sword was terrifying. You say I don't understand geniuses? But you're so weak, are you worthy of being called a genius? Lin Ling's expression was indifferent as he looked indifferently at the distant Bai Yunjian. Many people even forgot to breathe. A genius who couldn't block a single sword. Was this really a genius? And Lin Ling, a disciple of the Azure Cloud School, had killed Bai Yunfei, an elder of the Azure Cloud School, and cut off Bai Yunjian's arm in one move. In front of Lin Ling, Bai Yunjian was a proud genius. This was laughable. He wasn't worthy at all. The crowd thought in shock. A genius who had been waiting for half a day had become a stray dog. This was very disappointing. Could it be that all of this was like Lin Ling said? Your strength isn't a true genius? In the silent square, everyone looked at the youth as if he was the one in charge of everything. Lost, they've all lost. Kai Xianling laughed. She did not know why she was laughing either. She just felt that all the people she relied on had been destroyed by Lin Ling, by Yunfei, her father, and even the heavens chosen. She did not expect that there was an existence even more terrifying than the heavens chosen by her side. The funny thing was that she had always thought that Lin Ling was a good-for-nothing. Even though Lin Ling had reminded her many times, she had always thought that Lin Ling was too weak. Therefore, she had never taken him seriously. And now was Lin Ling still weak? That was a powerful strength that she had to look up to and even worship. The people of the Qingyun sect, including the sect leader, were all shocked as they looked at the frivolous and unruly figure. That figure overlapped with the Lin Ling in their memories, making them feel as if they were seeing Lin Ling for the first time. Was that the youth who was accidentally saved by the Qingyun sect? And that was the most inconspicuous existence in the Blue Cloud sect? Was that the young man who lived in seclusion and was treated as a servant by the Qingyun sect? All of this was in fact like a dream. My arm. At this moment on the ground, Bai Yunjan's face was incomparably ferocious. He had already cultivated his body cells to the level of 100,000, but how could he not block that sword? In the past he had tried before. With a punch his opponent's sword would break and he would die. But now he had failed. What was so special about that youth's sword? I don't understand the prodigy you're talking about. Prodigies represent geniuses with a firm martial heart. They represent geniuses with outstanding talent. They are the children of the heavens. But true prodigies don't bully the weak and flaunt their strength. You think you're strong and you treat others like ants. Is this your martial heart? Lin Ling stepped forward and said indifferently, "You." On the ground, Bai Yunjan's face became even more ferocious. Your so-called heavens chosen is just arrogance in front of the weak. In front of a true heavens chosen, you're nothing. If you're not convinced, you can say it. How many heavens chosen have you defeated who are stronger than you? Lin Ling said again. These words made Bai Yunjan's face even more unsightly. He was a prodigy, but now he was being humiliated in front of everyone. After all, Lin Ling was at the early stage of the King Spirit Realm, while he was at the peak of the King Spirit Realm. But he had lost. Did he have the right to be proud? Moreover, true prodigies challenged those above their level and faced difficulties head-on. They were not like Bai Yunjan, who only showed off his superiority in front of weaker cultivators. You dare talk about me? I'll kill you. Bai Yunjan roared in anger. Lin Ling had hit his sore spot. In the Watermoon Holy Land he didn't dare to be arrogant because his talent was powerful. But other people's talent was more powerful than his. Therefore, he didn't dare to challenge the geniuses who were stronger than him. He only dared to enjoy the feeling of superiority over the weak. Kill me? Don't think that just because you come from a powerful martial arts hall that I don't dare to touch you. I've killed many people like you who have extraordinary backgrounds but are arrogant. However, Bai Yunjan's threat caused Lin Ling's eyes to turn cold. He slowly raised the sword in his hand. Lin Ling wanted to kill Bai Yunjan. The crowd's hearts trembled. Bai Yunjan came from the Watermoon Holy Land's martial arts hall. His background was terrifying, but Lin Ling still dared to kill him. In reality, they didn't know that in the Rainforest Holy Land, Lin Ling had killed even the most powerful prodigies. So how could he not dare? As long as Bai Yunjan dared to reveal killing intent, Lin Ling would not show mercy. You want to kill me? Bai Yunjan glared at Lin Ling. However, from Lin Ling's eyes, he saw a trace of fearlessness and determination. It was as if Lin Ling's killing intent was not an act. He had indeed killed many prodigies in the past. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Who was this youth? Bai Yunjan's heart violently pounded. For the first time he felt fear. For the first time, he felt that the youth in front of him was a true prodigy. Wait, I was wrong. Please be merciful. Bai Yunjan shouted anxiously. He had no choice but to shout. Although his pride was violated and he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he was also a human being. He also cherished his own life. This was human nature. Bai Yunjan begging for mercy? The crowd was even more shocked. A prodigy was begging for mercy? However, Lin Ling's sword was still raised. He was unprecedentedly determined. He had decided to attack. Naturally, he would not change his mind because of Bai Yunjan's words. Moreover, he did not trust Bai Yunjan. Of course, the reason why he revealed killing intent was because of the enormous killing intent in his body. That killing intent was left in him by the ancient flame devil. Swoosh! The sword light was like water. It was so bright like the moon flying across the sky. However, it was also majestic and invincible. No! Bai Yunjan roared. He finally understood why this sword was so terrifying. Not only did it have an enormous physical strength, it also had an ethereal sword intent. It was said that in another holy land, martial arts intent was cultivated there. This ethereal power had always been disdained by the prodigies of the Watermoon Holy Land. They thought that it was a deliberately mystifying power of martial arts. Even Bai Yunjan did not put it in their eyes. However, he now knew that there were 3,000 different kinds of martial arts. Martial arts intent borrowed the power of heaven and earth. It was not weaker than the physical strength of the Water Moon Holy Land. This Lin Ling was not a prodigy of the Water Moon Holy Land. Oh. Chapter 786. Seeing an old friend swish. A sword light flashed, and a sword mark appeared on Bai Yunjan's head. He pointed at Lin Ling, unable to say a word. Finally he fell to the ground. Today was supposed to be the day of his glorious return. He wanted to let his younger brother see his pride and let his younger brother enjoy his glory. However, he encountered an ordinary-looking young man who killed him with 2 slashes. His pride didn't even have the chance to bloom. All of this was very sad. Just like the first words he said when he found out that Lin Ling had killed his brother. "You are very ignorant. Idiot." And these words were actually directed at him. Dead. Idiot. Looking at the fallen Bai Yunjan, the people in the square felt as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. Especially the people from the Reliance sect. They thought that the genius who dared to kill Bai Yunjan's brother was dead for sure. However, the result was that Bai Yunjan was also dead. Lin Ling dominated everything. Now who still wants me to be the scapegoat and bear the wrath of the genius? Idiot. Ignoring the dead Bai Yunjan, Lin Ling turned to look at the crowd and said indifferently, "Silence." The crowd was silent. Strength represented everything. Right and wrong were determined by strength. At this moment, who dared to speak? Countless eyes looked at the tall and straight figure, and there was only shock in their hearts. Bai Yunjan is dead. You dared to kill a disciple of the Tai martial school. You have guts. Idiot. At this moment, a faintly discernible voice floated above the square. The voice was not loud, but it clearly fell into everyone's ears. Many people's hearts trembled. A thought arose in their minds. The experts of the Water Moon Holy Land's martial school had arrived. In front of them clouds rolled. 2 figures stepped forward, as if they were immortals. One of them was an old man with white hair and a youthful face. He wore a loose robe. His body was incomparably sturdy. Next to him was a young girl wearing a purple dress. She had a beauty that could topple countries and cities. She carried a jade zither on her back. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. So beautiful. Idiot. Many people looked at the purple-clothed girl and could not help but say this in their hearts. Not only was she beautiful, she even had a kind of innate noble temperament that was above everyone's heads. That kind of temperament was not faked but truly possessed. With dazzling talent, a beauty that could captivate even birds and beasts, and a temperament that was as noble as a princess, this kind of girl undoubtedly made the hearts of many youths in the square jump. There were even some youths who fell in love at first sight. Some of them were so shy that they didn't dare to look at the purple-clothed girl in the eye. Many girls from other sects felt a sense of inferiority. What a beautiful sister! Even Wan Er's heart skipped a beat. She thought she was one of the top beauties in the Qingyun sect, but compared to the purple-clothed girl, she was like a firefly. 2 figures slowly floated down, causing the crowd to react. Lin Ling was in trouble. Lin Ling's expression remained calm. In the previous battle, he had only used 50% of his strength. Therefore, he wanted to see how strong a true heaven's favorite was. Lin Ling. However, when everyone thought that a great battle was about to begin, a pleasantly surprised voice rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. The one who spoke was the noble princess in the purple-clothed girl. She seemed to know Lin Ling. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the purple-clothed girl quickly ran towards Lin Ling. She happily stood in front of Lin Ling, as if they were lovers meeting. That's right, it was a lovers meeting. Many people present were aware of this, especially some youths. Their hearts immediately filled with envy. That purple-clothed girl was a heaven's favorite, and was even more noble like a princess. They could only look at her from afar and could not profane her. But now, that noble princess was acting like a little girl in front of Lin Ling. How could they not be envious? Then, under their shocked gazes, the purple-clothed girl held Lin Ling's hand. Moreover, she took the initiative to hold his hand. All of this meant that the purple-clothed girl might like Lin Ling. And it was not Lin Ling who was chasing after the heaven's favorite. Lin Ling, do you know her? Yes. Wan Er's heart was complicated, but she also felt that the young man and the girl in the square were a perfect match. They were a match made in heaven. The two of them walked together in an incomparably natural manner. One was a heaven's favorite, like a fairy descending to the mortal world, and the other was a hidden genius. They were very compatible. Is he the trash I thought he was? Yes, Kai Xianling muttered to herself. Today Linling gave her a great shock. Not only was he frivolous and arrogant, but he even made the most beautiful fairy in the world personally hold his hand. Compared to that fairy, Kai Xianling was like a toad. The most ridiculous thing was that this toad actually laughed at Linling, laughed at the true heaven's favorite. Yuman, why are you here? Yes. Linling had no idea what the people in the square were thinking. Moreover, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. What surprised him was that the purple-clothed girl was actually the little princess of the Cloud Sea Empire, Yuman. Sister Yue and I went out to gain experience and accidentally came here. Yes, the purple-clothed girl was Yuman. At this moment she was incomparably excited. She didn't expect to see him here, and during this year, she had missed him incomparably. Senior sister and Yue is also here. Yes, Linling was even more delighted. He already knew that Yue and Yuman went out to gain experience, but he didn't expect that the two women's place of experience was actually the Water Moon Sacred Land. Mengyun he is. Yes. In the distance, the indifferent old man said with some surprise. My friend Linling. Yes. Yuman hurriedly introduced him, causing the old man's eyes to flicker. Although Yuman said that he was a friend, he felt that it wasn't that simple. Elder, that was the matter before. Yuman said again, causing the old man to smile and nod. Since he is your friend, then let's forget about it. Forget it. If Linling was a person with no background, then based on the fact that Linling dared to attack a disciple of the Tai martial sect, he would definitely not let Linling go. After all, the Tai martial sect also had its own dignity. How could they allow others to casually kill their disciples? However, since Yuman spoke, it was different. Firstly, Yuman's reputation in the Tai martial sect was not small. She was a proud daughter of heaven. Daoist Tianyi of the martial palace wouldn't make Yuman unhappy because of Bai Yunzhan. Secondly, Bai Yunzhan was just an ordinary disciple of the Tai martial sect. He couldn't be compared to Yuman. Let it go just like that? Hearing the old man's words, many people's eyes flickered. Bai Yunzhan's death was very tragic. Today, we are under the order of the martial palace to have an exchange with your three major sections. Sect masters of each sect, come out. The old man obviously wouldn't care about the thoughts of the weak. Soon after, he said as a matter of routine. This was also a kind of rule. Every year, the martial palace of the Water Moon Holy Land would send experts to the small sects to give them pointers on martial arts. And this exchange was undoubtedly the most sensational thing for each sect. Of course, there were some exceptions this year. Many people's thoughts were still on Linling. They were still thinking about the scene where the young man dominated the square not long ago. Linling, come with me to the Tai martial sect later. Sister Yue will be very happy to know that you are here. Chapter 787. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey good. Linling nodded heavily. He also wanted to see Yue. Moreover, he didn't know if he could get a more powerful physical body cultivation method in the Tai martial sect. If he succeeded, he could recover his strength crazily. The exchange between the various sects ended not long after. Linling walked out slowly. Countless people looked at him with a solemn expression. Senior Linling, we have neglected you before. Please don't take it to heart. Previously, our Sunset sect was just a bystander. We had nothing to do with Sir Linling. The leaders and elders of the various sects cupped their hands and bowed to Linling. This made Linling a little startled. He then shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, in this world, strength represented everything. At first, these leaders and elders were high and mighty. However, after knowing that he had the strength to dominate everything, they were all respectful like dogs. Get lost, Linling said coldly. Although he didn't take it to heart, he didn't have a good impression of these people. So arrogant. The disciples of the various sects were shocked. However, they didn't dare to have any objections. They even felt that Linling was qualified to ask their leaders and elders to get lost. Okay. We will get lost. The leaders and elders of the various sects naturally didn't dare to have any objections. They retreated one after another. Lin Ling wasn't a calculative person. Therefore, when he walked towards the Azure Cloud sect, he first looked at Kai Xianling. The latter's eyes were filled with fear. She couldn't help but take a step back. Now, she didn't have any right to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling. Don't kill me. Subsequently, Kai Xianling knelt down with a plop. Many people in the Azure Cloud sect laughed at her. Lin Ling shook his head. He could easily kill her, but he didn't want to do so now. I won't kill you. I just want you to know that some things aren't as simple as they seem. Boom. Kai Xuanling's mind was buzzing. Lin Ling had said this to her before, and it was very accurate. The bandit incident, the Bai Yunfei incident, and now Lin Ling. Yes, some things were not as simple as they seemed. The world she saw might not be real. I didn't kill you because your end might be even worse. You betrayed betrayed your best friend. You can only watch as she becomes stronger and more arrogant than you. Your death is all in Er's hands. Lin Ling said again, looking at Er. Er had saved his life in the past, so today, he would return the favor to Er and let Er decide everything. I have to go. I'll leave these things to you. At least you won't be weaker than Bai Yun, and it won't take too long. Lin Ling gave a talisman bag to Er. Inside it were heavenly treasures, all kinds of pills and martial arts manuals. It was enough for Er to soar into the heavens. Stronger than Bai Yun Zhan. The eyes of the crowd narrowed. Among them, the headmaster of the Reliance School showed a greedy look. Bai Yun Zhan was stronger than their headmaster. If he could get that talisman bag, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. When Lin Ling leaves, we must get that talisman bag, the headmaster said to the elder in a low voice. Whoosh! A flame shot out. It was gorgeous and colorful. It fell on the elder, who was about to nod his head, and burned him to ashes in an instant. The eyes of the headmaster of the Reliance School narrowed. Lin Ling's insight was terrifying. He could hear him whispering. He didn't know that Lin Ling's soul power covered the entire square. No whisper could escape his senses. I dared to give the talisman back to in front of so many people. Of course, I have nothing to fear. Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. Many elders' hearts trembled. Lin Ling was terrifying. He seemed to know everything. Putong, the headmaster of the Reliance School, anxiously knelt down. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I was just possessed. Please spare my life. Sorry, it's too late. Lin Ling coldly shook his head. His killing intent was obvious. Boom! A terrifying flame attacked. The headmaster of the Reliance School let out a terrified cry. He was burned by the flame. He was unwilling and regretful. He shouldn't have had any ideas about If he could go back in time, he wouldn't have said those words. However, there was no such thing as going back in time. The headmaster is also dead. The crowd was even more frightened. Lin Ling once again dominated everything. He killed whoever he wanted. In reality, they didn't know that Lin Ling was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Everything was for the sake of Er's future. At the very least, this merciless killing would make the greedy people not dare to have any ideas about However, the effect was very good. Right now, no one dared to touch Everyone was afraid of Lin Ling. Your every move is under my control. Don't think that just because I'm gone, you can do whatever you want. Of course, if you don't believe me, go ahead and try. If you make a mistake, there's no medicine for regret. Lin Ling said again. Everyone nodded. Lin Ling, don't worry. The Qingyun sect swears that before fully matures, if anyone dares to have any ideas about her, the entire sect will be mobilized. Even if the opponent is the heavens, we will fight. The headmaster of the Qingyun sect walked out. He was filled with regret. Before, Lin Ling had told him that Lin Ling would shoulder everything. At that time, he felt that he had missed out on something. Now he knew what he had missed out on. You are currently at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but your foundation and talent are not very good. I have a heaven and earth fortune pill here. It can at least improve your king physique. As long as you cultivate diligently, it is not impossible for you to break through to the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Lin Ling threw a pill to the headmaster of the Qingyun sect. Although he was at the early stage of the heavenly spirit realm, it was not difficult for him to guide the headmaster of the Qingyun sect. Thank you. The headmaster of the Qingyun sect trembled with incomparable excitement. I'm so envious. The people of the other sects licked their lips, incomparably jealous. The Qingyun sect had only helped Linling once, but Linling had greatly increased the headmaster's strength. He had even helped the Qingyun sect cultivate a genius that was not weak. How could they not be envious? Why didn't such a good thing fall on their heads? The disciples of the Qingyun sect were also incomparably envious, but their faces were gloomy. Thinking back, they were sitting on a mountain of gold, but they had missed the opportunity. After all, Linling had cultivated in the Qingyun sect for a few months. If they had gone to find Linling, they would have definitely obtained the opportunity and fortune today. However, they had missed it. They had thought that Linling was trash, causing them to miss the opportunity to become stronger. They were incomparably regretful. In the entire Qingyun sect, only Wan'er was lucky. Linling, I was wrong, can you? Seeing that Wan'er had obtained a precious opportunity, Kai Xuanling's heart was filled with jealousy. She could not help but say this. What do you think? Linling looked at Kai Xianling indifferently. Kai Xuanling's last hope was snuffed out, and Linling even smiled disdainfully. This woman was really thick-skinned. The fact that he didn't kill her was already the greatest reward he could give her. Yet, she still wanted another opportunity? Your fate is to watch Wan'er continuously surpass you, and in the end you will die in Wan'er's hands. After Linling smiled, his eyes turned cold. Now scram! Chapter 788. Tai Martial Sect Linling. I know who is good to me and who is bad to me. I won't let you down. Although Wan'er was kind, she wasn't stupid. She knew that Linling had left Kai Xianling to her. Therefore, it wouldn't be long before she surpassed Kai Xianling. She wanted Kai Xianling dead to take revenge for what happened today. Are you leaving? Wan'er looked at Linling and asked. Her beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance. Linling smiled faintly and said, Yes, I still have things to do in my hometown. Therefore, I have to go back. When you are strong enough, you can come and find me. That place is called the Sacred Land of the Rainforest. Okay. Wan'er nodded heavily. The flames of war burned in her heart. She wanted to become stronger. She wanted to find Linling. Then when she saw Linling waving his hand and leaving, tears flowed out of her eyes. She knelt down and said, Master. Linling had taught her martial arts and given her a large amount of elixirs. Therefore, in her heart, Linling was her master. Linling's body trembled and he stopped. He turned around and revealed a brilliant smile. Although he was called master, his innocent smile gave others the feeling that Linling was the boy next door. Of course, this was just an illusion. Everyone still remembered the radiance of the young man. Master? Linling's heart was filled with complicated thoughts. Was this the first disciple of his life? White clouds drifted leisurely. Several figures flew into the distance. Gradually, a huge continent appeared in the sky. That continent was shining with golden light, as if it was the heavens and the earth. Around that floating continent, auspicious beasts would fly from time to time. Moreover, there were martial artists entering and leaving like stars in the sky. What an ethereal place! Linling was surprised. He could feel the rolling spiritual energy rushing towards him. He didn't know what the sacred land relied on to produce spiritual energy. The sacred land of the rainforest was the source of spiritual energy. Therefore, the Watermoon Sacred Land naturally had its own mysterious place. The Watermoon Holy Land has several martial arts halls. I am in the Extreme E Martial School. Yuman Yun kept explaining at the side. Her beautiful eyes would occasionally look at Linling, and her heart was pounding. The young man had gradually transformed. He had more steadiness and sharpness, and less childishness. It was obvious that the young man had been fighting non-stop for the past year. However, the current young man was more attractive to her. She still remembered that day in Ocean of Cloud City when the young man had rescued her from the abyss and tried to snatch her hand in marriage before a few tens of thousands of experts. That day was the happiest day of her life. Dream Clouds, your strength has risen so quickly. Linling looked at Yuman Yun. The latter had also reached the Emperor Spirit Realm. and there was a mysterious aura being emitted from her. Lin Ling couldn't help but feel happy for Yu Man-yun. Yu Man-yun smiled proudly. There was a voice in her heart that she hadn't spoken out loud. I've become strong because I hope that I'll be able to protect you one day. The old man's gaze flickered incessantly as he watched Yu Man-yun hold Lin Ling's hand. He was even more certain that Yu Man-yun liked that young man. This was very surprising. After all, there were many geniuses in the extreme martial school who pursued Yu Man-yun. However, all of them were rejected by Yu Man-yun. So, Lin Ling was truly enviable. However, from another perspective, when Yu Man-yun was weak, Lin Ling would have definitely been of enormous help to her. Of course, Lin Ling's strength wasn't weak as well. He'd investigated a little, and even though Lin Ling was at the heavenly spirit realm, his strength didn't seem to be so. The three of them soon arrived at the extreme martial school. Afterwards, they learned that Yin had gone out adventuring. This caused Lin Ling to feel a burst of regret. He had no choice but to find an even more powerful mortal body cultivation method. The extreme martial school wasn't any smaller than the 7 profound martial house. It was just that Lin Ling didn't have the time to visit them one by one. Instead, he followed Yu Man-yun to see her master. Yu Man-yun knew Lin Ling's goal, so she wanted to help Lin Ling obtain a powerful mortal body cultivation method. The cultivation of the mortal body was broad and profound. Lin Ling had used the demon ox body strengthening formula to lay down a solid foundation. But after this, not all mortal body cultivation methods would be suitable for him. The two of them walked along the square. Yu Man-yun continued to hold Lin Ling's hand. This caused many of the extreme martial school's geniuses to narrow their eyes. Their proud son of heaven actually had a master. If they didn't fear Yu Man-yun's status, they would have already taught that young man a lesson. After all, that young man's cultivation was only at the king spirit realm. Lin Ling was naturally aware of those angry gazes. However, his expression was calm and fearless. Yu Man-yun was his. How could he not even dare to hold her hand? He, Lin Ling, was never afraid of others being jealous of his people. Moreover, although Lin Ling seemed to be at the early king spirit realm, the truth was that he could make a breakthrough at any time. It was just that he wanted to strengthen his mortal body. Lin Ling strode forward, his aura grand and imposing, causing Yu Man-yun's heart to violently beat. Lin Ling was still holding her hand. This meant that the two of them had a relationship. Moreover, he didn't fear the jealousy of any other proud son of heaven. This kind of strength was something that Yu Man-yun liked very much. After all, this was a feeling of being protected. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the residence of Yu Man-yun's master. It was on a mountain peak, and there were also a large number of proud sons of heaven cultivating there. The mountain peak was called Tianyi Peak. Mengyun, this is. An old woman walked out of the gorgeous palace and looked at Yu Man-yun in surprise. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter the Tai martial sect as they pleased. However, Yu Man-yun had special privileges because the old woman doted on Yu Man-yun. However, Yu Man-yun rarely brought others into the Tai martial sect. This was the first time. Master, his name is Lin Ling. Yu Man-yun immediately jogged over and wrapped her arms around the old woman's arm. She looked like a granddaughter acting coquettishly with her grandmother. Lin Ling secretly nodded. He could tell that the old woman doted on Yu Man-yun very much. Then, through Yu Man-yun's introduction, he learned that the old woman was called Perfected Tianyi. What? He wants to learn the physical body cultivation method of the Tai martial sect? Perfected Tianyi frowned. This is against the rules. Master. Yu Man-yun immediately acted coquettishly. This made Lin Ling speechless. This was the first time he saw Yu Man-yun acting coquettishly. However, he was touched. Yu Man-yun was working hard for him. Sigh, you little girl. I'm really afraid of you. Alright, it's not impossible. However, if you want to obtain the cultivation method, you have to go through the dragon drum bamboo forest. Perfected Tianyi said lightly. In fact, disciples who were not from the Tai martial sect could not obtain the cultivation method of the martial arts hall. Moreover, it was difficult for the disciples of the Tai martial sect to obtain it. However, Yu Man-yun was his favorite disciple, so he made an exception. Master, those who are not from the Holy Spirit realm are not allowed to enter the dragon drum bamboo forest. Aren't you rejecting me? Yu Man-yun seemed to know how terrifying that forbidden area was. Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. Many geniuses at the side narrowed their eyes. They also knew about that terrifying place. It was said that the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest was the place where the elders of the Tai martial sect died. Therefore, many of the cultivation methods that the experts were proud of when they were alive were hidden there. However, it was very difficult to enter that place. Even Holy Spirit Realm experts could die if they entered. If perfected Tianyi allowed Lin Ling to enter, it would be equivalent to letting Lin Ling die inside. After all, Lin Ling's strength was only at the Heavenly Spirit Realm. Oh. Chapter 789. Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. Stupid girl. You have someone in your heart and completely forgot about your master. There are many paths in the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. It's not like this is the most difficult path for him to take. Immortal Tianyi scolded with a smile. He was a little jealous. This Lin Ling looked ordinary, but she didn't know how he got her disciple's heart. She was envious. I knew that master is the best. Yu Man-yun suddenly laughed. Immortal Tianyi then looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently, I made an exception today because of my disciple. After all, if I let you get the cultivation technique casually, the Tai martial sect will have objections. So, do you dare to go to the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest? Junior has nothing to fear. Lin Ling said indifferently. Immortal Tianyi's eyes lit up. For the first time he had a good impression of Lin Ling. This young man had a firm martial heart. Good. There are many cultivation techniques in the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. What kind of cultivation technique you can get will depend on your luck. Immortal Tianyi said again. His attitude was not as cold as before. The surrounding geniuses were incomparably envious. However, most of them wanted to embarrass Lin Ling in the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. Yu Man-yun was very important to Immortal Tianyi. Therefore, when he brought Lin Ling over, they didn't dare to object. However, it didn't mean that they were willing. Among them, there were a large number of Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses. They were even more disdainful of Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Then, he followed Immortal Tianyi. Yu Man-yun also apologized to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I'm sorry. I can only help you to this point. After all, you're not a disciple of the Tai martial house. She lowered her head and said with an incomparably guilty look. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile helplessly. He also saw that Yu Man-yun was already doing her best. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have any chance. Ming-yun, thank you. Lin Ling said with a sincere smile. Yu Man-yun's beautiful eyes lit up, and she became excited. She seemed to have finally helped Lin Ling once. Junior sister Ming-yun is smiling. The surrounding crowd's pupils constricted. That young man's words had actually gotten Yu Man-yun's devastatingly beautiful smile. Moreover, Yu Man-yun seemed to be worried about whether or not she could help Lin Ling. This really made people jealous. Master promises you that he will let you go through the simplest Longu Bamboo Forest. There won't be any danger there. Yu Man-yun said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and thanked Yu Man-yun again for her help. The three of them walked side by side and soon arrived at Tai Martial House's Longu Bamboo Forest. An elder with long eyebrows was guarding there. When he saw them arrive, he said indifferently, Do you want to enter the bamboo forest? Daoist Tianyi nodded and explained his intention. The elder frowned and looked at Lin Ling. This young man wasn't a member of Tai Martial House. According to the rules, he wouldn't allow him to enter the Longu Bamboo Forest. However, he found that this young man's cultivation wasn't strong, so he didn't care. There are 72 paths in the Longu Bamboo Forest. You are taking the simplest path. Of course, this so-called simple path means that there is no danger to your life. However, if you fail, you will still be injured. Moreover, if you are seriously injured, you will be eliminated from the Longu Bamboo Forest. Have you thought about it? The elder with long eyebrows said indifferently. Thank you, elder. Junior is ready. Lin Ling bowed slightly. The elder with long eyebrows' eyes flashed. This young man knew etiquette. This made him have a good impression of Lin Ling. He reminded, you can take pills inside and there is no time limit. If you are injured, you can heal your injuries first before proceeding. Lin Ling nodded gratefully. At the same time, rumbling sounds could be heard. The ancient rock wall in front of them suddenly opened, revealing a small path. An ancient aura filled the air as if this path led to ancient times. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. What a mysterious aura. Is it an ancient martial artist from the Water Moon Holy Land? Lin Ling, do your best. Yuman Yun waved her small fist at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled indifferently and stepped into the small path. At this moment, a large number of Heaven's Prides had already gathered behind them. They had come because of the fame. After all, a young man who wasn't a member of Tai Martial House was able to enter the Longu Bamboo Forest. It would be strange if they weren't curious. That guy's luck is pretty good. He is able to get junior sister Meng Yun to help him. He really makes others envious. I have seen him before. He is very weak. If he enters the Longu Bamboo Forest, he will at most be a joke. Even Saint Spirit Realm experts will be injured if they enter the Longu Bamboo Forest. Many Heaven's Prides were discussing spiritedly. They didn't think that Lin Ling would succeed. Yuman Yun was also extremely worried. However, Daoist Tianyi's voice came from the side. The Longu Bamboo Forest doesn't depend on one's cultivation realm. After all, no matter how strong a Heaven's Prides are, they can't be stronger than their predecessors. Therefore, it depends on one's luck, comprehension ability, and talent. Lin Ling is taking the simplest path. Even if he fails, his life won't be in danger. Girl, you don't have to worry about him. Yes, master. Yuman Yun smiled. However, it was extremely forced. She was still worried about Lin Ling. The winding path was ancient and quiet. There was a thick layer of dust on the ground. It seemed that no one had walked on this path for many years. The Longu Bamboo Forest is the place where the Tai Martial House's predecessors left behind the essence of martial arts. Yuman Yun fought for this opportunity for me. I definitely can't let her down. Lin Ling's footsteps were steady. His blue and white robe fluttered as he walked. His handsome face kept looking forward. Gradually, a fork in the road appeared in front of him. At the same time, a large amount of starlight condensed and formed a mysterious picture in front of the fork. The Celestial Dipper mind training technique mediates the creation, reverses yin and yang, moves the stars, and reverses the sky and the sun. At one of the forks, an ancient martial artist appeared. He displayed a powerful body training technique that could swallow the sun and the moon, and move the stars. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The Water Moon Holy Land was indeed the best place to train one's body. The ancient martial artists here had trained their bodies to the point of perfection. They could crack the ground with their feet and break the sky with their fists. The 8-9 Mysteries technique is the same age as heaven and earth. It doesn't enter the 6 paths of reincarnation, and isn't bound by the 5 elements. It condenses the body into one. At another fork, an ancient martial artist appeared. He condensed his body into a golden stone that was indestructible. However, in the process of cultivation he had to go through 5 tribulations. Water tribulations, wind tribulations, earth tribulations, fire tribulations, and thunder tribulations. It was extremely difficult. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. It was a very powerful technique. Unfortunately, he didn't have the confidence to cultivate it successfully. The Blood God Body Training Technique. Rebirth from a drop of blood and eternal life. The Dijiang Ancient Sorcery Technique. The divine technique of the ancient sorcerer clan. It cultivates the body like a demon and has 3 heads and 6 arms. It has infinite strength and is immortal. Lin Ling's eyes kept flashing. They were all ancient and powerful techniques. This also meant that he could choose any technique he wanted. However, it didn't mean that he could cultivate it successfully. It was just opening a door. And the end of that path would definitely be the ancient martial artists who cultivated these techniques in the past. The Tai True Body, the innate body of one Qi. It achieves the innate body and is not afraid of the 5 elements. It can enter a furnace without melting. It is rumored that it can achieve the chaotic body. Lin Ling's expression changed. His gaze fell on the path and he made up his mind. This was it. The Tai True Body. At present, Lin Ling's innate king body was the 8th grade vermilion bird's flame. However, his body was very ordinary. It was only the demon ox body strengthening technique. However, if he could cultivate the innate body, his foundation would be even more solid. The Tai True Body, the innate body of one Qi, the chaotic body. Chapter 790. Extreme E True Fire Tempering. Lin Ling took a deep breath and walked towards the path. As he stepped in, the illusion at the intersection disappeared and a huge stone bamboo appeared in front of him. At first glance, the stone bamboo looked like an ordinary bamboo, but it was much larger and had a different color. However, Lin Ling could feel that the bamboo seemed to have a soul. Drum. He saw that on top of the bamboo, a mysterious drum was hanging there. The drum was embroidered with the mark of a true dragon. Thinking about it, this was the origin of the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest's name. However, if Lin Ling wanted to move forward, he would have to go around the stone bamboo. After Lin Ling stepped in, the stone bamboo emitted a mysterious light, blocking Lin Ling's advance. It looks like there's a test. Lin Ling nodded secretly. In this world, there was no such thing as a free lunch. If he wanted to obtain a powerful body transformation cultivation method, he had to go through a test. Dominating the world. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling slashed out with the large sword in his hand. This slash contained the full strength of the Demon Ox body strengthening technique, reaching 1,000,000 pounds. Rumble. The slash of the sword on the dragon drum was deafening. Lin Ling was confident that with the power of this slash, even a small mountain would be split in two. Dong. However, the drum on the stone bamboo swayed and emitted a dull sound. A force stronger than Lin Ling's was reflected back. It was also a pure strength attack. Pooh! The attack was very fast, like a bolt of lightning, landing on Lin Ling's body, causing Lin Ling to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was pushed back, and when he hit the wall, a large amount of rocks fell down. How is this possible? Lin Ling's pupils constricted. It was only a drum, but it blocked his attack and even reflected an even greater force. Vermilion bird flame. Lin Ling swallowed the pill. Then flames gathered in his left hand and he slapped out heavily. Scorching flames appeared, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling light. Dong! However, when the flames collided with the dragon drum, they were once again rebounded. The flames shot straight towards Lin Ling. Moreover, the flames had clearly changed. They were no longer the flames of the vermilion bird. This caused Lin Ling's expression to change. He anxiously slapped out the vermilion bird's flames again. This time he extinguished the attacking flames. This path is indeed not easy to tread. Physical strength and spiritual energy will all rebound, and the greater the strength, the greater the rebound. Lin Ling's expression turned serious. It was no wonder that even Holy Spirit Realm experts didn't dare to leave this place. It was because the greater the force, the greater the backlash. Furthermore, this path was not life-threatening. If one took any other path, the rebound force could even obliterate the cultivator who entered. If I don't break the drum, I'm afraid I won't be able to advance any further. However, the drum is difficult to break. Lin Ling continued to ponder. He believed that the reason why the extreme E-Martial sect left the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest behind was not because they wanted to keep people away. Otherwise, why would they leave this bamboo forest behind? If he wanted to go deeper, he would have to unravel some secrets. That's right, if the pure strength attack failed, then what about the martial intent? Lin Ling stood up and his eyes flickered. The martial intent was not a pure spiritual energy attack. It was an indescribable realm. That drum was left behind by the Water Moon Holy Land's cultivators. He wondered if it could rebound the martial intent. Thinking of this, Lin Ling tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and heavily slashed out once again. Xiao! The sword light flashed. There was no spiritual energy attack, it was pure sword intent. What was different from before was that the sword intent was formed by the fusion of spiritual energy. However, this time, Lin Ling did not combine any spiritual energy. Of course, it was very difficult to achieve this. If Lin Ling did not comprehend the will control like silk in the old tomb, he would not have been able to achieve this. Dong! Finally, the loud and clear sound of the drum resounded. On top of the stone bamboo, cracks appeared on the dragon drum. Soon after, the entire stone bamboo cracked and turned into dust. Success! Lin Ling was overjoyed as he strode forward. Rumble! The stone wall in front of him turned red. From time to time, flames would spurt out. These flames were very mysterious and were even more terrifying than Lin Ling's vermilion bird's flames. Draco True Fire. A thought arose in Lin Ling's mind. When he was at the fork in the road, He had seen that the Xiantian body was related to the Draco True Fire. If he wanted to start cultivating, he would have to go through the tempering of the Draco True Fire. The Draco True Fire was said to be the flame used by the ancient gods to refine pills. It was a flame that did not exist in the mortal world. Of course, this was only a rumor. Whether it was true or not, Lin Ling did not know. However, he was sure that the flame was even more terrifying than his vermilion bird's flames. How could a human withstand the flame used by the ancient gods to refine pills? I've already come this far. How can I give up halfway? Lin Ling's eyes were filled with determination as he took a step forward. Boom! Rolling flames spewed out, burning Lin Ling. Lin Ling's body was in intense pain as if he was about to melt. That feeling was as if he was a pill being refined. Turn chi into chaos, guard the mind outside. Gather the spirit inside the pill. Open the body to 1,000 spiritual chi particles. At this moment, an ancient voice rang in Lin Ling's ears. It was like sweet dew after a long drought. Lin Ling's body trembled. Was this a cultivation method? At this moment, Lin Ling hurriedly followed the instructions of the cultivation method and circulated it. After all, if he did not circulate it, he might be burned to death. Pa pa pa. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling's body emitted the sound of frying beans. He had previously gone through the 8 gates and the body tempering process. Therefore, what he was refining now was his cells. He wanted every cell to be active and filled with spiritual chi. According to legend, the human body was the most mysterious. The path of martial arts was actually to continuously excavate the mysteries of the human body. The human body had a large number of cells. Each cell was like a world. Just like what Buddha said, a world in a flower, a bodhi in a leaf. Refining the cells was equivalent to opening a new world. When every cell was cultivated to the limit, it meant that the body's strength would be even greater. Pa pa pa. Under the burning of the Tai True Fire, more than half of the impurities in Lin Ling's body were expelled. A fishy liquid flowed out from the surface of his body. However, it was quickly incinerated. A new world of cells awakened and were then refined, causing them to be even more condensed. After an unknown period of time, the flames gradually disappeared. Lin Ling sat cross-legged. He opened his eyes and an ancient aura spread out from his pupils. His skin was even cleaner, like a newborn baby. A huge force gushed out from Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling could not help but laugh. Subsequently, Lin Ling swallowed a pill to increase his realm. After all, his body had been greatly refined. It was like gold being burned by fire. The impurities were expelled and it was even more condensed. 2 million pounds and 1,000 small worlds have been opened in my body. After a long time, Lin Ling stood up, full of energy. 1,000 small worlds had been opened. This meant that Lin Ling had activated 1,000 cells in his body. All of them were cultivating and devouring spiritual chi. Let's move forward again. Lin Ling was full of confidence. Dragon drum stone bamboos appeared in front of him again. This time there were 2 dragon drum stone bamboos. True intent of the sword and true intent of fire. Just like before, he did not use any spiritual chi. Instead, he used the true intent of martial arts. Dong dong. The 2 dragon drums exploded again and the stone bamboos collapsed. Lin Ling moved forward again. In the small path, even more terrifying flames appeared. This time it was not the rock walls that spewed out flames, but flames under his feet. Chapter 791. Controlling Killing Intent Pain. Even though Lin Ling's body had been tempered, he still felt incomparable pain. However, Lin Ling endured it. If it was someone else, they might not be able to reach this point. First, very few people could break the dragon drum stone bamboos. Second, very few people could succeed in tempering with the Tai True Fire. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's solid foundation and the fact that he was a fire-type martial artist, he might have been burned to ashes in the first tempering. Therefore, Lin Ling's choice of tempering with the Tai True Fire was very suitable for him. Time quietly passed again. Lin Ling continued to temper himself and was reborn. He opened 2,000 small worlds in his body, 3,000 small worlds, 4,000 small worlds, 5,000 small worlds. It was incomparably terrifying. It was not until Lin Ling opened his 9,000 small worlds and allowed his 9,000 cells to undergo tempering that Lin Ling finally regained his former cultivation. He opened one orifice and opened 100 orifices, making him feel as if he had awakened something. After 90 small worlds, he achieved the innate body, which allowed Lin Ling's body to have 10 million points of strength. What kind of concept was this? This meant that with just the strength of his body, he was invincible in the same realm. Of course, this was not an exaggeration. After all, the Water Moon Holy Land was good at physical strength and could sweep away all heroes. Lin Ling had only learned the strength they were good at. The following path was even more terrifying. A total of 9 dragon drumstone bamboos appeared, arranged in a 9-palace array. An ancient and majestic aura filled the air. Lin Ling felt as if he was facing 9 ancient martial artists at the same time. In addition, behind the 9 dragon drumstone bamboos, there was a nearly 5-meter-tall stone bell sitting on the ground. Its aura was like that of an ancient emperor. How terrifying! These dragon drums must be broken at the same time. Otherwise it will never succeed. And to break them at the same time. Lin Ling's face was solemn. He took a step forward and attacked. Dong! 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 All the attacks landed on the dragon drum. However, the dragon drum let out a dull sound and was not broken one by one. It was too difficult. Lin Ling could break one dragon drum, but 9 at the same time in addition to the ancient bell, this was beyond difficult. Moreover, with the appearance of the 9 dragon drums, Lin Ling might not be able to succeed even if he reached the Holy Spirit realm, not to mention that he had already recovered his former cultivation. After all, the greater the power, the greater the backlash. Dong dong dong. Lin Ling attacked continuously, but he failed every time. Even Little Flame woke up and helped Lin Ling. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling took it as if he was cultivating martial arts here. He displayed all the martial arts he had learned in the past, tirelessly and unceasingly, causing the dragon drums around him to constantly emit sounds, forming a beautiful and shocking drum melody. However, the drums still did not break. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had sustained some injuries from the constant rebounding attacks. However, his eyes were burning with passion as he fought more and more valiantly. Perhaps other people would have already given up when faced with such a predicament, but Lin Ling didn't. The word give up had never existed in his dictionary. Little Flame, Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. The ape and the man fought side by side. Dong dong dong. The sound of the drums continued. Sword energy and flames bloomed in the air. However, they still failed. In fact, when Lin Ling had entered here, the long-browed old man guarding the dragon drum bamboo forest knew that it was impossible for Lin Ling to succeed, so he didn't mind letting Lin Ling enter. Otherwise, Lin Ling wasn't a disciple of the extreme E-martial sect. Lin Ling wouldn't have the qualifications to enter. 80% true meaning of fire. Bang! Lin Ling's body surged with flames. In the past, after he had reached the 8th grade king body, he hadn't been able to comprehend fire. But now, through the constant beating of the drums, he was more familiar with the true meaning of fire. 70% true meaning of sword. Lin Ling's true meaning of sword had been half a step into 70%. But after his mortal body had improved, his true meaning of sword had reached 70%. After all, the power of the mortal body could greatly enhance the power of the sword. 70% and 80% were both extremely terrifying existences in the 7 profound martial house. Killing intent. After attacking for a long time, Lin Ling finally stopped. He stood tall like a pine tree, and the killing intent hidden in his body billowed out. This was what the ancient flame demon had left him. During this time of training at the Blue Cloud sect, Lin Ling's mind was as tranquil as still water, and his heart had reached a new level of sublimation. Therefore, his killing intent had been firmly suppressed. But now he felt that if he wanted to break the drums, he would have to borrow the power of killing intent. Killing was also a type of strength, and it was even an incomparably terrifying strength. It was just that if an ordinary person borrowed killing intent, it would be easy to set themselves on fire. Only those that truly controlled killing intent could freely use killing intent. The ancient flame demon's mortal body is in a deep slumber. If I rashly use killing intent, I don't know if it will wake it up. But the ancient flame demon's soul is in a self-sealing state. Without the help of the soul, I cannot control the mortal body. But now Mingyun has given me a rare chance, how can I waste it? Lin Ling's clothes fluttered in the wind, and an aura that made one's soul tremble began to fill the air. Even Little Flame's pupils shrank. At this moment he discovered that Lin Ling was extremely terrifying. It was as if he had no soul, and only had killing intent. This was the kind of killing intent that could kill all under the heavens. This was a true killing intent. Gigi! Little Flame anxiously cried out. Little Flame, I'm fine. At this moment Lin Ling, whose face was covered by his long hair, softly said. This caused Little Flame's heart to relax. Lin Ling was still awake, but he didn't know why, but that killing intent made him very worried, and also made him feel a sense of dread. Sword Elder is right. In a martial artist's life there are too many things that they revere. But the more they revere, the more they have to face them. Otherwise, what is the point of talking about martial arts? Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He seemed to be shrouded in killing intent, but his heart was incomparably calm. Martial artists, if they wanted to fight, they had to fight crazily. They had to be free and unrestrained, and they had to face difficulties head-on. The more terrifying something was, the more they had to face it. Killing intent, use it on the sword. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and the intent control ability appeared. He gently controlled the killing intent and quietly poured it into the tyrannical Song sword. This was the first time he controlled killing intent, and it was also the true intent of killing. Wang wang wang. The tyrannical Song sword started to vibrate, as if a terrifying demon had been sealed. Woo woo. An invisible wind spread out from Lin Ling's body. Killing intent bloomed, and the entire space became extremely oppressive. If someone were here, they would definitely have a fantasy where blood soared into the sky and corpses littered the ground, forming a sea of bones and blood. The sea was turbulent, and a massive blood-red sword slowly floated out from the sea. Lin Ling had poured his killing intent into the tyrannical Song sword. Only by doing so could he begin to control killing intent. This sword, desolate killing intent. A name rose up in Lin Ling's heart. This was also the first time he had comprehended his own true intent of the sword, and it was no longer the sword moves of the tyrannical sword manual. Wang wang wang. The sword in Lin Ling's hand jumped even more violently. On the blade of the sword, a large number of ghosts appeared. These ghosts were all people that had died at Lin Ling's hands in the past. They seemed to be sealed within the sword, but they wanted to rush out of the tyrannical Song sword and devour Lin Ling alive. However, Lin Ling was like their master, firmly suppressing them. Most of them were from the 18 King Saint clan bloodlines. But since Lin Ling could kill them, he could naturally control them as well. Desolate killing intent. When the killing intent reached a crazy critical point, a sharp sword light slashed out, like the scythe of a death god. This was the fusion of the true intent of the sword and the true intent of killing. It had reached half a step into the 90% sword intent, and was only a step away from the peak of the true intent of the sword. A feeling of invincibility and annihilation rose up in Lin Ling's heart. It was very familiar. Chapter 792. A bell that hadn't rung in 200 years. An incomparably terrifying sword slash swept through everything before it. It didn't contain any spiritual energy, only the true intent of the sword and the merciless true intent of killing. At this moment, the 9 drums let out a pleasant drum melody. At the same time, the 9 drums cracked, and the last ancient bell began to sway. The sound of the bell reverberated. Oh, nonsense! How can someone who isn't from the extreme martial sect enter the dragon drum bamboo forest? This is simply an insult to us. At this moment, more and more people gathered outside. There were elders, masters, and even geniuses. When they found out that Lin Ling had entered the dragon drum bamboo forest, all of them were dissatisfied. They were disciples of the extreme martial sect, but none of them had entered the dragon drum bamboo forest. Lin Ling was just an outsider. How strong is this kid? A mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius asked. I heard that he isn't even at the Emperor Spirit Realm. Someone replied disdainfully. How shameful. More geniuses frowned and said. It was indeed shameful. Not only was the other party not a disciple of the extreme martial sect, he was as weak as an ant. How dare he enter the forbidden area? Entering a place that they didn't dare to enter? How could they not feel embarrassed? It's junior sister Mengyun who brought him here, and Daoist Tianyi agreed. Many people shook their heads helplessly. Although they were dissatisfied, Daoist Tianyi wasn't someone they could offend. Therefore, they could only be secretly angry. Junior sister Ming, is Lin Ling here? Ring. Right at this moment, a voice that was clear and melodious like a bell resounded from the dragon drum bamboo forest. A young woman in a white dress walked over quickly and appeared by Yu Mingyun's side. After this woman arrived, the surroundings became deathly silent. They gazed at this fairy-like woman in a white dress, and their eyes were filled with deep longing. Another proud daughter of the heavens, and you who was as famous as Yu Mingyun. Yu Mingyun was noble and pure in the hearts of the geniuses, and her beauty was breathtaking. As for An Yu, she was an outstanding beauty and as pure as a snow lotus. She was like an otherworldly fairy. Both of them were the most beautiful disciples of the extreme martial sect, and there were even many geniuses from other martial palaces who were pursuing them. Yeah, he entered the dragon drum bamboo forest. Yu Mingyun looked at An Yu and said with a smile. An Yu, on the other hand, was somewhat excited. A year? I haven't seen that guy for a whole year. Why did he come to the Water Moon Holy Land? The two of them stood side by side like the most beautiful scenery in the extreme martial sect, causing many geniuses to be secretly moved. If they could have such a beauty in their life, even if it was just one, then their life would not have been in vain. Junior sister Mingyun, junior sister, is that person your friend? At this moment, several figures appeared behind the two girls and looked at them with a smile. These people were not old, about 20 years old. However, they had an extraordinary temperament and their breathing was long. It was obvious that they had cultivated their physical bodies to the peak. They were also the top heavens prides in the extreme martial school. They were ranked around 100 and were looked up to by countless geniuses. Senior brother Chu, that is indeed our friend. Yu Mingyun looked at a young man in brown clothes and said. Chu Xingchen was the leader of these people. His strength had reached the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He was an existence that couldn't be underestimated in the extreme martial school. He was also Daoist Tianyi's disciple, and Yu Mingyun's senior brother. Chu Xingchen was amiable and approachable. He was the object of adoration of countless young girls. When he heard what Yu Mingyun said, he smiled and said, Your friend should be quite young. He is really powerful. Even I don't dare to enter the dragon drum bamboo forest. As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind him were somewhat dissatisfied. One of them said, On the path of martial arts, the more difficult it is, the more you have to surpass it. This is good, but in fact you have to look at yourself clearly. As far as I know, the youth who entered the dragon drum bamboo forest did not have the cultivation of the Emperor Spirit Realm. With such strength it is very difficult to succeed. Yes, no one has succeeded in entering the dragon drum bamboo forest for 200 years. Junior sister Ming, your friend is a little arrogant. Another person added. Yu Mingyun and An Yu frowned. They didn't know what to say for a moment. No one had succeeded in 200 years. It was no wonder that others doubted Lin Ling. If Nangong sure didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that it has been 200 years since the bell rang. 200 years ago, only one of us succeeded in entering the dragon drum bamboo forest. Yes. Daoist Tianyi, who had been silent all this time, smiled faintly as if he was reminded of the past. The crowd's heart trembled. Could it be that in Daoist Tianyi's era, the ancient bell rang in the dragon drum bamboo forest? It had been a long time. It was indeed nostalgic. Don't worry. Even if that Lin Ling fails, he won't die. Moreover, I guess that he will come out soon. Daoist Tianyi shook his head and said after chuckling. She hadn't heard the bell ring for 200 years. Perhaps she wouldn't have the chance to hear it again in her life. However, the bell ring was as loud as the sound of heaven. It was the most pleasant bell ring in the world. Even now she still missed it. Dong! However, at this moment, an earth-shaking bell rang in the ancient sacred ground. It soared into the sky and shocked the surroundings. The bell of the dragon drum bamboo forest rang. According to legend, when the 9 drums were broken, the bell would ring. This meant that someone had broken the 9 drums and rung the bell. Buzz! The sound echoed in their ears like the sound of heaven. It shocked the entire Tai martial sect. Many people's hearts trembled fiercely. It was a very pleasant bell ring. Could it be the bell that hadn't rung for 200 years? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bell ring even spread to the Tai martial sect, shocking countless people in the vast Water Moon Holy Land. The bell that hadn't rung for 200 years had given birth to a powerful genius in the Tai martial sect. Within the Water Moon Holy Land's various martial arts halls, numerous ancient powerhouses were looking towards the direction of the extreme E martial sect. Their brows were tightly knitted together. After 200 years, they had finally heard the sound of the extreme E martial sect's bell. This meant that someone had obtained the cultivation method of the extreme E martial sect's ancestors. In the various martial arts halls of the Water Moon Holy Land, they all had their own places of inheritance. Their predecessors had left behind a large number of cultivation methods, just like the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. However, although the cultivation methods were left behind, no one had succeeded in learning them. Now, a disciple of the Tai martial sect had succeeded. However, who was that disciple? However, at this moment the ancient experts of the Tai martial sect were also wondering who it was. Rumble. At this time the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest erupted with flames that soared into the sky. A huge cauldron appeared in midair. The flames burned the cauldron, and the cauldron swayed gently, as if it was refining a terrifying heaven's chosen. Using the divine pill fire to refine a human into a pill. If it succeeded, this person would definitely possess a terrifying physical talent. Tai True Fire. All the experts from the extreme E martial sect narrowed their eyes. They were all too familiar with that flame. It was the flame controlled by the 12th sect master of the extreme E martial sect. That sect master was also the great Emperor Tai, whose name had once shaken the Water Moon Holy Land. Great Emperor Tai was an ancient expert. Although he couldn't withstand the erosion of time and died, his past glory was still known by everyone. With the powerful fire attribute talent of the king body and the innate body, he formed the most terrifying flaming body. His fists were like meteors, and he was also known as the Fire Fist. Chapter 793. Breakthrough Realm Rumble. In the sky the cauldron suddenly exploded, and 10,000 flames gushed out. A dazzling figure floated in the air like a resplendent star. That person stood there quietly, and a wisp of ancient aura pervaded the air. It was as if he was the sky just by standing there. Innate body. It was said that the innate body could communicate with the heavens and earth, allowing one to master any martial arts. One could even enter the resonance of the heavens and earth at any time. This was the foundation of the legendary chaotic body. Innate body. That kid succeeded. How is this possible? Impossible. Daoist Tianyi stared in the direction of the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. She was shocked. She had never thought that the youth would succeed. She was even prepared to welcome the youth's failure. But now, the bell's reverberation told her that it was not a dream. Impossible. Impossible. Daoist Tianyi kept shaking her head. In fact, she did not underestimate Lin Ling. After all, if he could become Yu Manyan's friend, his strength should be pretty good. However, the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest was not a place where one could succeed just by being a genius. Otherwise, countless geniuses in the Tai martial sect would have obtained the cultivation techniques of their predecessors. In order to succeed, only geniuses with perfect innate talent, king body, physical body, martial arts foundation, soul power and combat experience were qualified. 200 years ago, there was one such person in the Tai martial sect. That person was now the sect master of the Tai martial sect. As for Lin Ling, his strength was not even at the Emperor Spirit realm. How could he reach the standard left behind by Emperor Tai? It seemed impossible. In fact, she did not know that Lin Ling was just recultivating. It did not mean that Lin Ling was an ordinary Emperor Spirit realm genius. So why was it impossible? Silence. In the entire Tai martial sect, only the sound of Daoist Tianyi shaking her head could be heard. Those geniuses who were previously dissatisfied all narrowed their eyes and were speechless. A moment ago, they thought that Lin Ling had taken advantage of Yu Manyun to enter the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. But in the end he would be humiliated. But now Lin Ling had sounded the bell and shocked all the geniuses. None of them had succeeded, but an outsider had. This was also a silent slap to their faces, and the applause was loud and clear. The entire Water Moon Holy Land was silent, and under the sky, the dazzling light gradually dimmed. A figure gently floated back to the dragon drum bamboo forest, then quietly stood on the ground. Innate constitution. Linling's pupils constantly flashed. He could feel a terrifying strength hidden within his body. It was a strength of 10 million. He had a feeling that in a situation where he didn't use any spiritual energy, he could split apart mountains and seas with a single punch. Moreover, his defensive capabilities had greatly increased, and the 10,000 small worlds within his body had been completely opened. In addition, he noticed that the surrounding spirit chi was continuously flowing into his body, as if his spirit chi would never dry up. This meant that he didn't need to rely on medicinal pills to easily recover his spirit chi. This was the advantage of the Xiantian constitution. It was as if countless windows had been opened, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy at any time. Furthermore, Linling now had a new technique in his mind. It was called the Tai Wen Chi art, and it was a cultivation technique for his fleshly body. Most frightening of all was that this cultivation technique had fused with his vermilion bird flame. This meant that the combination of his fleshly body and monarch body would be even more terrifying. After all, the Tai Wen Chi art was originally a fire-type technique from the ancient great Emperor Tai. I broke through. Linling was delighted. The vermilion bird Dao platform had appeared in his dantian, and it was twice as large as before. It was incomparably condensed. Mid-Emperor Spirit Realm. Although it seemed like he had advanced by a stage, Linling could sense that his cultivation base had increased by more than 3 times. His fleshly body was strong, and with a strength of 10 million, he could easily defeat any Mid-Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. After all, he had a Xiantian constitution. If he added in his cultivation of the Tao of the Sword and the true meaning of fire, he was confident that he could easily defeat a late Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. In fact, he could even fight a peak Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. After all, his monarch body, fleshly body, martial arts foundation, and soul power had all reached the pinnacle. So, after recultivating, my foundation is even more solid. Linling felt like throwing his head back and roaring. He was much stronger than before. "Ower!" Little Flame's voice came from the side, causing Linling to look over. He realized that Little Flame had transformed into a 5-meter-tall giant red-furred ape, and the fiery red fur that reached the ground was even more dazzling. The ferocious beast's aura had also become even more powerful. Clearly, Little Flame had also benefited from the tempering of the Tai primordial fire. Earlier, Linling had used his most powerful sword move to date, the Desolate Slaughter, which was half a step into 90% mastery of sword true will. It had destroyed the 9 dragon drums, and caused the ancient bells to toll. Afterward, Tai True Flame appeared, filling the area with a cauldron, which began to temper Linling's body until it reached the pre-heaven level. That was the basic requirement for cultivating the Tai single energy art. Haha, Little Flame. Your strength has also increased. Linling smiled happily. He jumped up and landed on Little Flame's shoulder. Little Flame threw his head back and roared, causing the earth to tremble. Then he took a step forward and slowly walked back the way he came. At this moment, the outside world was still silent. Everyone was still doubting that Linling had rung the bell. Bang! 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 At this moment, the earth shook. From the cliff of the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest, a huge figure slowly appeared, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Its entire body was covered in red fur, but its head was a huge white ape. This huge ape was 5 meters tall, and its thick and large arms were just like pillars, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Such a demonic beast was too frightening. However, when everyone looked at the giant ape's shoulder, their pupils constricted. There stood a young man in a blue and white robe. He had a big sword on his back, and his face was handsome and cold. Together with the terrifying giant ape, it gave people the feeling that a great emperor had arrived. "You succeeded?" Just as he walked out of the cliff, a surprised voice rang out. It was the long-browed elder who guarded the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. "Thank you, elder. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." "Yes." Linling bowed slightly to the elder. This elder was very powerful, and was at the Saint Spirit stage. However, looking at the elder now, Linling suddenly felt that the elder was not unreachable. It was as if he had the confidence to fight him at full strength. After reaching the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit stage, Lin Ling's various domains had all improved. When others broke through, their strength would increase by 1-fold. However, Lin Ling's foundation was solid and he had many domains. Therefore, his strength did not increase by 1-fold. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Yes. The long-browed elder's pupils constricted. He did not know what to say for a moment. Previously, the long-browed elder had made an exception and allowed Lin Ling to enter because he thought that Lin Ling would fail. Therefore, he did not think that it was a big deal. However, who knew that this young man would succeed? It was all like a dream. However, when he sensed carefully, the long-browed elder found that the young man was hiding a mysterious aura. He did not dare to underestimate him. This was very frightening. A dignified elder actually did not dare to underestimate a junior, who was not even 20 years old. Lin Ling, you're out. Yes. Chapter 794. You're too weak. Senior sister, and you're back. Lin Ling looked at Inuera and said. After a year, his senior sister's temperament had become even more attractive. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. That kind of indifference, that kind of otherworldly feeling, everything was incomparably natural. Yes. Inuera also looked at Lin Ling, her heart incomparably excited. After a year, Lin Ling had grown up. Now he had the spirit of a man. Her heart couldn't help but jump as she looked at him quietly. The three of them looked at each other, as if they had endless things to say to each other. The crowd in the distance frowned. Previously, when Lin Ling came out, the visual was too shocking. But now that they thought about it, Lin Ling wasn't a disciple of the Tai martial sect. What qualifications did he have to make them feel surprised? Although he sounded the bell, who knows what tricks he did midway? Some of the geniuses said unwillingly. Yes, he must have encountered some good luck. Look, his cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. Shame. He's not a disciple of the Tai martial sect who sounded the bell to intimidate the Water Moon Holy Land, but we geniuses have to admire him. What do you think we are? Many of the geniuses coldly discussed. Although Lin Ling had reached the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit realm, they were all geniuses who had always fought above their level. Therefore, they didn't put Lin Ling in their eyes. Moreover, Lin Ling had obviously broken through in a hurry, so his foundation was definitely not solid. After all, before Lin Ling entered the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest, he wasn't even at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. Junior sister Mengyun, aren't you going to introduce your friend? A soft voice rang out, causing the crowd's eyes to narrow. The person who spoke was Nangong Shi. This person was at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit realm, one of the top geniuses of the Tai martial sect. He also had an illustrious reputation in the Water Moon Holy Land. He was also Taoist Tianyi's disciple. Being able to become Taoist Tianyi's disciple showed how powerful he was. Now that he spoke, he definitely wasn't willing to lose face as a genius of the Tai martial sect, so he wanted to regain some dignity. Then everyone looked towards Yu Mingyun's side. However, the three of them were still talking and had completely ignored Nangong Shi. Nangong Shi's eyes were cold. In the past, he had a good relationship with Yu Mingyun. Although he didn't succeed in pursuing the two girls, at least, he wouldn't be ignored. Your name is Lin Ling, right? Nangong Shi roared again. This time, his voice was very loud like a lion's roar. What's up? The voice was very loud like thunder, and it blasted towards Lin Ling, causing him to frown. Previously, he hadn't seen Inuera and the others for a long time, so they had a lot to talk about. Naturally, he didn't notice the others shouting at him. Moreover, they didn't know each other, so Lin Ling didn't pay much attention to them. But now, they seemed to be shouting at him rudely. Senior brother Nangong, what are you doing? Yu Mingyun said unhappily. They heard Nangong Shi's words, but they couldn't be bothered. They cherished the opportunity to talk to Lin Ling. It's nothing. I just want to spar with the person who obtained the legacy of the Tai martial emperor. Nangong Shi didn't find any excuses and directly stated his purpose. There was no need for excuses. After all, many people were looking at him, hoping that he could fight for the glory of the Tai martial sect. You're messing around. Lin Ling is the same age as us. You're in your 20s and you're our senior. Aren't you embarrassed to spar with Lin Ling? And Yuer immediately shouted, making it difficult for Nangongshi to speak. Lin Ling was the same age as Yuer, and he was their junior. If he rashly went to spar, it would make him lose face. Junior sister Yuer, it's just a normal spar. We won't hurt your friend. At this time Chu Xingqian, who had been smiling, said. He was at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm and was everyone's senior. He was stronger, so his words had more weight. After saying that, he looked at Spiritual Master Tianyi. Spiritual Master Tianyi had been silent. In fact, she was still surprised by the miracle Lin Ling had created. But soon, she also looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, what do you think? She also knew that Lin Ling wasn't a disciple of the Tai martial sect, but he had done what countless geniuses couldn't. How could those geniuses be convinced? I don't care. But who's my opponent? Lin Ling cupped his hands and bowed to Spiritual Master Tianyi. Today's harvest was all thanks to this senior, so he was grateful to Spiritual Master Tianyi. Your opponent is naturally me. Nangongshi found it funny. Lin Ling didn't see him? Was he faking it? You're too weak. Lin Ling looked at Nangongshi indifferently and said softly, Eh? Nangongshi was stunned. Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and so was he. However, he was a genius who could challenge those above his level. He didn't know how many geniuses he had defeated in the Tai martial sect, but Lin Ling said he was too weak? Ha. The crowd also laughed, as if mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. Lin Ling thought that he had reached the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, so he was arrogant. He didn't know how strong the geniuses of the Tai martial sect were. You seem to have tempered an innate body, but my innate king body isn't weak either. My physical body has reached 4 million gene. With the combination of my innate king body and physical body, my strength is incomparably strong. You say I'm too weak? Nangongshi said again, causing Spiritual Master Tianyi to shake her head. In fact, she also thought that Lin Ling was a little arrogant. After all, not long ago, Lin Ling wasn't even at the Emperor Spirit Realm. Now that he had luckily obtained the legacy of Emperor Tai, it didn't mean that his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. If you had to give an example, it would be like you had a peerless sword that could kill all enemies. However, when you first obtained the sword, you might not be the strongest. Lin Ling, then let's spar. Spiritual Master Tianyi knew that many geniuses were looking forward to it, so he smiled. Alright, I'll try not to hurt him. Lin Ling could only nod. He had to give face to Spiritual Master Tianyi. Ha. More people laughed. Lin Ling wanted to hurt Nangongshi? What kind of joke was this? Nangongshi also shook his head helplessly. He had seen arrogant middle-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators before, but this was the first time he had seen someone as arrogant as Lin Ling. He said to Yuman Yun, junior sister, I'll try not to hurt him. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and an extremely terrifying aura erupted. His innate king body was displayed. It was actually a 7th grade innate king body. An ancient crane appeared behind him, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. 100 profound splitting crane. Profound crane shattering the void. Nangongshi shouted in a low voice. He slapped out his palm, which seemed to pass through the void and instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling. That palm combined with his powerful physical body formed a terrifying 8 million gene of strength. This strength was comparable to the true martial intent. This also meant that although the Water Moon Holy Ground didn't have the true martial intent, the strength of their physical body was not weaker than the former. Lin Ling, be careful. And Yuer and Yuman Yun said at the same time. They were disciples of the extreme E-martial sect, so they naturally knew of Nangongshi's strength. But they hadn't seen Lin Ling for a year, so they didn't know just how strong Lin Ling was. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Ling was known as a monstrous genius in the 7 profound martial house. Chapter 795. Sword slashing 9 peaks bang. Palm met palm and a dull sound rang out. The terrifying power caused the air to explode, creating a void. Who? An invisible gust of wind blew in all directions with the two of them as the center. Everyone widened their eyes, wanting to see the result. However, the result before their eyes was that Lin Ling was still standing there like a pine tree. He gently extended his left hand and easily blocked Nan Gongshi's palm. Lin Ling's handsome face revealed a smile. "Senior apprentice brother, this move is over. You've lost." "What?" At this moment, Nan Gongshi's heart was trembling. He knew just how terrifying Lin Ling was. He was as steady as a mountain, as immovable as a king. He had a strength of 8 million, but Lin Ling had still easily blocked it. This meant that Lin Ling's strength had reached 10 million. Bang bang bang. At this moment a massive force came from his palm. This was pure physical strength, and Nan Gongshi felt as if he had been struck by a massive mountain range. Puff! Nan Gongshi spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backwards like a kite and crashed to the ground, his face full of fear. He was a peak middle royal spirit realm genius, but he had still been defeated despite taking the initiative to attack. Senior apprentice brother Nangong lost? The crowd was shocked. Some people even discovered that Lin Ling hadn't moved at all. What a terrifying innate body. Sage Tianyi was also shocked. He had wanted to see just how fierce the innate body was, but now he knew that it was invincible in the middle royal spirit realm. Fierce. Lin Ling, congratulations. You've defeated Nangong Shi and become the #1 middle royal spirit realm disciple of the extreme martial sect. Sage Tianyi praised. This caused many proud children of heaven to be incomparably jealous. #1, this was a very rare title. However, Lin Ling only smiled, not caring at all. #1. He was already #1 in the 7 profound martial house, and at that time he was only at the early royal spirit realm. He was invincible in the middle royal spirit realm. Honorable Master, how about I also compare notes with Lin Ling? At this moment, Chu Xingchen walked out with a smile and bowed to Lin Ling. This salute made Lin Ling have a good impression of him. This person didn't put on airs and was easy to get along with. Junior martial brother Lin Ling, how was it? Chu Xingchen said again. Good. Lin Ling immediately nodded. The other party gave him a good impression, so he would not refuse the battle. After all, refusing the battle would be pretentious, and it would also be insulting the other party. Haha, straightforward. As expected of junior sister Mengyun's friend. I like you more and more now. Chu Xingchen laughed loudly, then his expression became serious. The Water Moon list, you probably don't know about it. It's a list of heaven's chosen. I'm currently ranked 99, so you should be careful. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He guessed that the Water Moon ranking was something similar to the Prodigy ranking. The 99th place was a peak late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm Prodigy. Senior martial brother, I will do my best. Lin Ling slowly pulled out the sword in his hand, causing the crowd's eyes to twinkle. Lin Ling knows how to use a sword? Chu Xingchen showed interest, but he didn't underestimate Lin Ling. Powerful thunder appeared on the surface of his body, crackling continuously. I have the universal thunder body, and my body has reached 10 million pounds. I will use my full strength later. Junior martial brother Lin Ling, if you can't resist, just shout and Honorable Master will save you. Lin Ling nodded. His opponent's king body was unfathomable. It seemed to be of the 7th grade, but it also seemed to be of the 8th grade. It seemed that the Water Moon Holy Land was also full of geniuses. Lin Ling, don't worry. With me here you won't be hurt. Spiritual Master Tianyi smiled and nodded. Lin Ling was the disciple of his good disciple, so he definitely wouldn't let anything happen to him. As Mengyun's senior martial brother, I can be considered your elder brother, so I'll let you make the first move. After releasing his aura, Chu Xingchen's face became indifferent. Although he looked approachable, he was actually a martial arts fanatic. Once he made a move, he would use his full strength. He wouldn't hold back just because Lin Ling's realm was lower than his. Then junior martial brother will embarrass himself. The other party was very polite, so Lin Ling also returned the courtesy. The sword in his hand became cold and even began to tremble. What is that? Many people's eyes widened. Lin Ling's sword seemed to have become very heavy. With 10 million pounds of strength transmitted into the sword, how could the sword not be terrifying? Even Chu Xingchen's eyes flickered. The innate body was indeed powerful. However, it wasn't over yet. A terrifying aura filled the air. It was a murderous aura. Vengeful spirits began to appear on the sword. The murderous aura overflowed, as if it wanted to kill everything. It was as if the sword came from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. So cold. The crowd trembled and many people even stepped back. Lin Ling didn't make a move, but once he did, they were all afraid. True meaning of sword, true meaning of killing. Spiritual Master Tiany's eyes narrowed. Even she felt the terrifying murderous aura. What shocked her was that this young man actually controlled the murderous aura. Half-step 90% sword intent, what a sharp genius. At the same time, a shocked voice came from the sky. It seemed that someone was also watching the battle from the sky. The murderous aura was getting stronger and stronger. Everyone was shocked. Not only did the momentum explode, but it also affected the martial arts heart of countless people. Everyone looked at the young man holding the sword diagonally, with a blue and white robe fluttering in the wind. There was only awe in their eyes, as if they were looking at the old great Emperor Tai. Senior martial brother, I'm making a move. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He didn't underestimate Chu Xingqian, so he made a move with all his strength. Of course, when a swordsman made a move, he always used all his strength and never held back. The sword was like a meteor in the night sky, passing through the void. Wait, I admit defeat. At this moment a frightened voice came. It was Chu Xingqian. He had been paying attention to Lin Ling's sword. At first he was surprised, then shocked, and finally fear. This was because that sword was a sword of killing. If he couldn't block it, he would die. Lin Ling would not hold back. And most importantly, he felt that he couldn't block it. Half-step 90% sword intent was very terrifying. However, even if he admitted defeat, it was already too late. Once the murderous aura came out, it would slaughter the world. How could it be held back? No, I'm calling you big brother. I admit defeat. Mingyan, quickly stop your friend. Chu Xingqian and Lin Ling looked at each other and realized that it was an ancient desolate beast roaring at the sky, as if it wanted to devour the world. This made him even more afraid. Admit defeat? The crowd forgot how to breathe. What did they just hear? Their 99th ranked elite on the Watermoon list actually admitted defeat and was even begging for mercy. This was like a dream. One had to know that not long ago, Chu Xingqian had said to Lin Ling that he would use all his strength. If he couldn't block it, just shout and perfected Tiany would save him. But now the one shouting was senior martial brother Chu Xingqian. This was also very ironic. Phew. The sword came out, the murderous aura. Not good. A palm quickly slapped out, causing winds and clouds to surge, as if the heavens were collapsing. Following that, after the sword came out, he slapped the sword from the side, changing the direction of the sword's slash. Swish. In the distance, Tai Peak was cut in half. And it wasn't just one peak but 9 peaks. Rumble. A deafening sound was heard, causing countless elites to swallow their saliva with great difficulty. 9 peaks were cut in half. What a sharp sword. If it landed on them, how could they block it? Chapter 796. Probing Swish. On the side of Chu Xingqian's face, a strand of hair had been cut off, making his face incomparably pale. He had almost been split in two. Now that he thought about it, he even trembled a little. Lin Ling, who was at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, had made him, who was at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, afraid. If Immortal Tiany hadn't intervened, he would have died. This sword strike is quite decisive. Sigh. Immortal Tiany sucked in a breath of cold air. She was the one who had intervened. If she hadn't, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She had tried to slap the sword from the side, but the murderous aura had still wrapped around her hand. The entire field was silent. Countless people were looking at Lin Ling. Lin Ling quietly put away his sword. That terrifying murderous aura had disappeared like a tide, but it still made the hearts of the crowd beat violently, as if they had seen an ancient god of death. I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself after that sword strike. Sigh. Lin Ling took a deep breath, then returned to his normal state and said apologetically. He had preliminary control over the murderous aura, but he hadn't completely controlled it. Therefore, when his sword struck, his murderous aura was incomparably fierce. It's okay, we know. Chu Xingchen also said that you should use your full strength. When a cultivator uses his full strength, it's naturally difficult to stop. Immortal Tianyi didn't care. He was still shocked by Lin Ling's sword. This young man had so many trump cards. Junior martial brother. I almost died in the Yellow Springs. Sigh. Chu Xingchen woke up from his trembling and couldn't help but say bitterly. He looked at the sword in Lin Ling's hand with incomparable fear. He didn't dare to face that sword again. Especially when he thought of his previous challenge, he felt even more sullen. Was he asking for his own humiliation? Senior brother, I'm sorry. Sigh. Lin Ling didn't know what to say, so he could only smile apologetically again. Strong physical body, half-step 90% sword intent, king body talent, how about that? Take my palm. Sigh. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the sky. An earth-shattering giant palm fell from the sky, and without warning, it slapped towards Lin Ling. Looking at its appearance, it was even surging murderous intent. Not good. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His opponent was too fast, so it was already too late for him to execute desolation again. But fortunately, the powerful trump card he possessed was not the true intent of sword. Flames of the Great Vermilion Bird. A vermilion bird quickly materialized in his left palm. Lin Ling looked up at the giant palm in the sky and slammed it down. This vermilion bird flame was incomparably terrifying. It contained 80% of the true meaning of fire, and it also contained the might of the Xiantian body. It caused the 10,000 small worlds in Lin Ling's body to awaken at the same time, causing a terrifying spiritual energy to erupt. Rumble. When the two palms collided, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Many geniuses were so shocked that they fell to the ground and sat down. They looked at the sky in horror, but when they saw the figure clearly, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. So it was him. No wonder he had such terrifying strength. But very quickly, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had actually blocked that person's palm? This was even more terrifying. Your innate king body is also very terrifying. How about your soul power? Tai light shuttle. The voice came out from the sky again. Countless shuttles like half-moons shot towards Lin Ling. They were filled with killing intent, and they were invisible and colorless. The crowd felt a chill in their hearts, but they didn't know where the attack came from. Senior brother, no? Immortal Tianyi shouted anxiously. The opponent wanted to kill Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's strength, how could he block the opponent's soul power attack? After all, no matter how strong Lin Ling's body was, no matter how strong his innate king body was, or even how strong his martial arts foundation was, how could he block a soul power attack? Boundless demon eye. At this critical moment, Lin Ling's face was extremely solemn. The opponent was filled with killing intent. Although he couldn't see clearly who it was, he knew that the opponent's strength was incomparably terrifying. So he didn't have time to hide his trump card. Rumble. A terrifying soul power bloomed, and a pair of huge eyes appeared behind Lin Ling. They were like the eyes of a demon god, like the eyes of a celestial emperor looking at all living beings. Plop! Many geniuses present looked at the pair of eyes and fell to the ground. Some even trembled. What kind of eyes were those? They actually made people's hearts tremble. Moreover, Lin Ling's soul power was also so terrifying. The half-moon shuttles in the sky froze, and many of them even shattered. At the same time, two invisible knives shot out. Nirvana killing everything. It was the Nirvana knife. Cha, cha, cha. More half-moon shuttles shattered like glass, and the Nirvana knife was invincible, shooting into the sky. Haha, amazing. No wonder you can ring the bell. You are the first person in 200 years who can do so. In the sky, a loud laugh came out. A huge half-moon shuttles appeared and cut one of the Nirvana knives like a sickle. The other Nirvana knife quickly cut a strand of his beard while he was laughing excitedly. Finally, it was also cut into pieces by the half-moon shuttles. At the same time, an old man with white hair and a youthful face strode down from the sky. This old man looked thin and old, but his body hid an incomparably terrifying physical strength. That powerful aura made everyone tremble, and they all knelt down. Greetings, Sect Master. Everyone knelt down except for Lin Ling, who was still standing, coldly looking at the old man. That old man wanted to kill him before? Haha, little brat, don't stare at me like that. I just wanted to test you before. I also saw how strong your physical strength is in your battle with Nangongshi. I also saw how strong your martial foundation is in your battle with Chu Xingqian. As for your king body, your palm was very terrifying. What surprised me is that your soul power is also very condensed. The old man laughed excitedly, making Lin Ling frown. He didn't understand what the old man meant. After all, the old man wanted to kill him just a moment ago. Because you were the first to ring the bell after me. I've been waiting for this for 200 years. So I tested you, and then I found that you were worthy of ringing the bell. In the future you will not be any weaker than me. The old man looked at Lin Ling proudly. His loose robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked indescribably handsome. The sect master is praising Lin Ling. Everyone's heart fiercely trembled. Lin Ling's future would not be weaker than the sect master? This meant that Lin Ling would be the strongest existence in Tai martial sect in the future. What a terrifying potential. No wonder the sect master wanted to test Lin Ling before. Are you willing to be my disciple? The old man laughed again. He looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of love and admiration. That's right, he was testing him before. After all, he was the first one to ring the bell in 200 years, and only he knew the conditions to ring the bell in the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. However, Lin Ling had appeared and strangely created a miracle, so he was very curious. After testing him, he found that this young man who was not even 19 years old was the same as him. He was a perfect monstrous genius. He even felt that Yi Shiwen had surpassed him. After all, he couldn't see through Yi Shiwen's eyes. Moreover, Yi Shiwen was able to freeze all of his soul power attacks. Worship you as my master? Lin Ling was incomparably surprised. I've rested for the past 2 days. Today I'm going to battle again. Ha ha. I've rested for 2 days. Chapter 797. Rejection. Are you still angry at me for attacking you? Hehe, this old man was a bit rash before, but that was also because this old man's heart was moved by this old man's love for talent. That was why this old man tested you. Moreover, you only used your full strength in a life and death situation. This kind of test is the most realistic. If you are still angry, this old man will apologize to you. Yes. After the old man finished speaking, he bowed respectfully. Patriarch, apologize? Yes. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. A top expert of the Water Moon Holy Land was apologizing to a junior? The patriarch valued Lin Ling too much. Moreover, you also cut off a strand of my favorite beard. So you also took your revenge. Yes. The old man said helplessly. This kid wasn't a soft persimmon, he was very stubborn. Even if he wasn't as strong as the old man, he would still bite back. However, because of this, the old man liked this kid even more. This kid had a rare sharpness in him. Lin Ling opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. It turned out that the previous killing intent was to make him use his full strength. Everything was just a test. Senior, I am very grateful that you think highly of me, but I already have a master. In the end, Lin Ling raised his head. His eyes were incomparably clear. Many people's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had actually rejected the patriarch. One had to know that the patriarch had never accepted a disciple in all these years, and had never taken the initiative to recruit one. He had never even apologized to a junior because of his mistakes. All of this showed that the patriarch, an ancient expert, liked Lin Ling very much. However, Lin Ling had rejected him. The old man's expression changed drastically. Obviously, he hadn't thought that Lin Ling would reject him. He looked at Lin Ling's eyes and found that this young man's eyes were very clear. He wasn't joking, he seemed to have his own persistence. My master is already dead. He didn't even teach me martial arts, but he passed down his inheritance to me. Therefore, I have to shoulder his inheritance and responsibility. Lin Ling said indifferently. Only Lin Ling's voice could be heard in the entire square, causing the hearts of the crowd to surge. Lin Ling was so resolute. The other party had never taught him martial arts, but he had also shouldered the responsibility of the other party. Lin Ling smiled gently. He had 2 masters in this life. One was Huiletang of the Guyan sect, but in reality, Huiletang had always regarded Lin Ling as the young lord, so he could not be considered a master. His real master was Di Wuji. Now that he had received Di Wuji's inheritance, how could he casually acknowledge someone else as his master? A teacher for a day, a father for life. This was Lin Ling's principle. I can see that you are a person who values relationships and promises. What responsibility do you intend to take on from him? The old man's expression softened. He didn't know why, but he liked this young man even more. This young man didn't give up on his dead master, just because he wanted to become stronger. This was something that the old man admired very much. It had to be known that in the world of martial arts, the strong were revered. In order to become stronger, there were many martial artists who would abandon everything. They would even abandon their family, friendship, love, betrayal, and so forth. I come from the Rainforest Holy Land, the 7 Profound Martial House. My responsibility and belief is to challenge the martial house master, and have my master's glorious banner be planted on the ancient tree of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling enunciated each word clearly. His eyes were filled with determination. His clean face made countless people widen their eyes. What a distant goal. Challenging the martial house master was the same as challenging a powerhouse like the Extreme E Martial Sect master. To many proud sons of heaven, this was like a dream. Sometimes they didn't even dare to think about it. However, not only did Lin Ling dare to think about it, he even dared to say it. Many people felt that if this blue and white robed youth said it, he would absolutely do it. This was a martial artist of my generation. Simple and direct, free and unrestrained. Heroic spirit. The old man shouted, his heart filled with admiration. This was the junior that he valued. If he wanted to fight, he would fight the strongest, the martial house master. This young man had a pure and innocent heart. He was fearless, and his heart of martial arts was incomparably firm. What a pity, you are already a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House. The 7 Profound Martial House's current martial house master, Tian Lin, I know him. He has missed a good seedling. After the old man shouted, he regretted that he hadn't met Lin Ling earlier, and had instead been recruited by the 7 Profound Martial House. What was most distressing was that the 7 Profound Martial House had recruited such a perfect monstrous talent, but they didn't seem to focus on training him. Tian Lin, you bastard! The old man couldn't help but roar. Many people's jaws dropped. Because their sect master had missed a good seedling, he couldn't help but curse the 7 Profound Martial House's martial house master. Lin Ling, was he really worthy of being valued so highly? In fact, they didn't know that in terms of strength, Lin Ling wasn't the strongest among all the proud sons of heaven present. But in terms of potential, he surpassed all the proud sons of heaven. There were many different criteria for a proud son of heaven. Talent King's Body, Martial Arts Foundation, Mortal Body Foundation, Battle Awareness, Soul Force, and so on. Many of these geniuses had their own powerful domains, Talent King's Body, and Mortal Body Foundation. But none of them were as comprehensive as Lin Ling. This was the reason why the Extreme E Martial Sect Master, Taoist Master Xuani, valued Lin Ling so highly. No matter. Although you cannot become my disciple, you should respect your elders. You can treat me as your martial uncle or something like that. Taoist Master Xuani unwillingly roared, and then laughed. Many people's eyes widened. The sect master didn't seem to want to miss out on Lin Ling. Lin Ling forced a smile, but his heart was filled with deep gratitude. He nodded, good. Then this junior will call you martial uncle. Haha. Taoist Master Xuani laughed heartily, as if he was very excited. Only an expert at his level knew what a perfect monstrous genius would bring in the future. It would definitely shake the various sacred lands, so he was very pleased to hear him call him martial uncle. However, if you want to challenge the Manor Lord, don't tell me it's not a small matter. The various sacred lands have deep foundations. Take your Rainforest Sacred Land for example. Other than the 7 great martial arts halls, there are also the 4 great desolate races, as well as the most mysterious Holy King. Experts like the Holy King are existences that surpass us. Although you can't come into contact with experts of that level, at least you have a blueprint in your heart. Taoist Master Xuani said. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The sacred lands were indeed not as simple as they seemed. A blueprint appeared in his heart. The strongest in the sacred lands was the Holy King. followed by the 4 great desolate races, the 7 great martial arts halls, and then the 5 great ancient nations. The 7 great martial arts halls were ranked according to strength. Elites, top elites, elders, scholars, elder xian, and finally the manor lord. This meant that Lin Ling still had a long way to go before he could challenge the manor lord. The first step was to become a top elite and then challenge the elders. Is the Water Moon Sacred Land the same? Lin Ling asked curiously. Taoist Master Xuani nodded. Of course. However, the Water Moon Sacred Land is ruled by the Water Moon Emperor. Lin Ling was shocked. He asked again, are there other worlds other than the sacred lands? Taoist Master Xuani looked into the distance. Yes, very far away. I've only heard of it, but I've never gone out. I only know that it's the world of ancient warriors outside. Some ancient warriors are so powerful that they're as old as the world. The mysterious expert in the old tomb might be an expert outside the sacred lands. There's also the ancient flame devil. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He didn't think too much about it. For now, he should focus on the rainforest sacred land. All right, everyone disperse. Taoist Master Xuani smiled and waved his hand. The crowd dispersed one after another, but they were still shocked. Chapter 798. Departure in the Extreme E-Martial Sect. Because of Yu Man-yun and Lin Ming, Lin Ling did not encounter many difficulties. Moreover, because of the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest, he had become the most dazzling existence in the Extreme E-Martial Sect. If it weren't for Lin Ling's conviction that he could not let go, he might have stayed in the Extreme E-Martial Sect to cultivate. Unfortunately, this was impossible. In the Rainforest Holy Land, there were his loved ones, his goals, and his great enmity that he had to repay with blood. So no matter what, he had to return. Over the past few days, Perfected Xuani had been looking for Lin Ling frequently. At the same time, he would give Lin Ling pointers on martial arts. Lin Ling had benefited greatly from this and felt grateful. Compared to the 7 profound martial houses' martial housemaster, Sage Xuani was much better. Of course, during this process, Lin Ling also asked about spirit herbs that could restore soul force. After all, Sage Xuani was the senior with the strongest soul force that he had ever seen. He should have some knowledge. As for Zhenren Xuani, he also mentioned a few heavenly treasures which Lin Ling memorized. He wanted to awaken the soul of the ancient flame devil. At the very least, after awakening, he would no longer be afraid of the ancient flame devil's body. He would also have a powerful life-saving trump card. Afterwards, Lin Ling also asked about the way to leave. From there, he learned that going from the Water Moon Holy Land to the Rainforest Holy Land was very difficult. However, Sage Xuani had a way to open the void and reach the Rainforest Holy Land's 100 territories. And regarding this, Sage Xuani personally promised to help Lin Ling open the void. Lin Ling was even more grateful. He knew that this was not simple, so he would remember this kindness. In the room there was a giant wooden barrel. Within the barrel, emerald green liquid exuded a rich medicinal smell. Lin Ling sat there cross-legged, greedily absorbing the medicinal efficacy of the barrel. His upper body was like a carved gem, emitting a faint light. His strong muscles were not large, but rather streamlined like a leopard full of strength. Gently letting out a breath, Lin Ling brushed aside his wet hair, revealing his handsome face. Then he faintly smiled. At present, he had tempered 10,000 small worlds within his body, and his physical strength had reached 10 million genes. He had also begun to cultivate the Extreme Unity 1 Chi art. This cultivation method was not difficult, but it consumed a lot of resources. It required a massive amount of life essence to temper it. And the rare herbs in the barrel was life essence that allowed Lin Ling's body to stabilize. Lin Ling, are you done? At this moment, the door was pushed open and Yu Mengyun walked in with the clothes in her hands. At the same time, Lin Ling stood up from the wooden tub with a swoosh. His fair skin, coupled with his streamlined figure, made Yu Mengyun feel as if she had been struck by lightning. A faint blush crept up her pretty face. Ah! Yu Mengyun cried out in surprise. Junior sister Meng, what's wrong? And Yuera hurriedly walked in from outside. Then she saw the scene in the room. Her face instantly turned red, and even her heart was beating fast. They actually saw Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling had obviously not finished bathing. But he did not tell them. Lin Ling Yu. And Yun said shyly. Ha ha. Lin Ling could not help but laugh. Seeing the two girls' shy faces, he suddenly felt a sense of ridicule. He moved his feet and appeared in front of the two girls. He opened his arms and hugged each of them. Then he ran towards the huge wooden barrel. With Lin Ling's current physical strength, carrying the two girls was like carrying two little lambs. Plop! The three of them fell into the wooden barrel. The water wet Yun and Yunmingyun's clothes. Their exquisite bodies were faintly discernible, especially their plump breasts and slender legs. Lin Ling's breathing became rapid. Yun and Yunmingyun obviously did not expect Lin Ling to do this. They were instantly stunned in the wooden barrel. When they saw Lin Ling's malicious gaze, they were even more shy. They wanted to leave quickly, but for some reason their footsteps became weak. They suddenly had a feeling in their hearts that they did not want to leave the wooden barrel. Instead, they were looking forward to something happening. You two are so beautiful, Lin Ling said softly. Yun was as noble as a princess, elegant and refined. And Yue was as elegant as a fairy, as otherworldly as a lotus. Lin Ling had known them for a long time. It would be a lie if he said that he had no feelings for them. This place is not very good. Yun lowered her head and said, like a shy little rabbit. She did not object to Lin Ling. As for Yue, her face was a little indifferent. But in fact she was nervous and indifferent. She also vaguely knew what Lin Ling was going to do, but the expectation in her heart was even stronger. However, when Lin Ling quietly approached the two women, a voice suddenly sounded outside the house. Ming, the essence of the liquid must be changed. After a long time, the medicinal effect will be gone. It was the voice of Immortal Tianyi. At the same time, the footsteps of Immortal Tianyi were also heard. But she seemed to have heard the breathing in the house. She stopped and turned to leave. Senior Tianyi, even if you leave now, it's too late. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. The two women in the wooden barrel had already regained their calmness. They jumped out of the wooden barrel with red faces like elegant fairies. In the end, Lin Ling did not take advantage of them. You put on your own clothes. Annoying, you only know how to bully us. Yun curled her lips and said. She held Yue's little hand and left the house. Lin Ling sighed. For the first time he hated Immortal Tianyi very much. It was really not the right time to interrupt. After a long time, Lin Ling put on his clothes and walked slowly outside the house. The sun was shining there. Under the maple tree, Yun was playing the guzheng quietly, and Yue's white clothes were fluttering like a butterfly. This scene was very beautiful. Lin Ling did not interrupt the two of them. Instead, he sat down by the maple tree, used his hands as a pillow, and looked at the bright sun in the sky. This feeling was very relaxing and familiar. In the past, in Cloud Sea City, he also sat down by the maple tree while listening to Yun's song. Gradually, Lin Ling closed his eyes and fell asleep quietly. The two women looked at the quiet young man, and a smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. They also sat down by the maple tree and leaned against the young man. This quiet moment was very rare, so they also cherished it very much. Moreover, they knew that tomorrow, he would leave here and return to the battlefield. When we are stronger, we will look for you. And Yue said softly. When Lin Ling was asleep, her small mouth lightly touched Lin Ling's right cheek, and Yun kissed his left cheek. At this moment, outside the courtyard, Chu Xingchen and several geniuses were passing by. After seeing the quiet scene in the small courtyard, they were a little shocked. What a beautiful scene! The girl was like a poem, and the boy was like a sword. I really envy that guy. My junior sister is the top beauty of the Water Moon Holy Land. It's fine if he gets one, but since he got both, damn Lin Ling. Chu Xingchen muttered unwillingly and left with his junior brother. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Currently, Lin Ling was their sect master's favorite. The quiet time passed quietly. The next day, Yun and Yue helped Lin Ling put on his clothes. Then, as if they were watching their husband go to war, they sent Lin Ling step by step out of the Tai martial sect. Today Lin Ling was leaving. Chapter 799. Return. I'm leaving. Lin Ling finally waved his hand and left with perfected Xuani. I will become stronger. Yu Man Yu nodded and didn't say anything else. Perhaps vows were not as good as words. She was even more determined to become stronger. She wanted to use her powerful king-type body to control all the demonic beasts in the world. This was the king-type body that Lin Ling's 7 transformation awakening elixir allowed her to awaken. Her music could control thousands of demonic beasts. Of course, this was only the initial stage. I will also become stronger. And Yuer clenched her fists tightly. Lin Ling had only told them about the rainforest sacred ground, but she knew that it wasn't that simple. Lin Ling didn't want them to worry, so he used his firm body to block everything. Yuer, sometimes separation is also the motivation to become stronger. Your soul force is very special. You are the only successor of the extreme realm. Perfected Tianyi comforted her. Both of his disciples were blessed by the heavens and had terrifying talents. Yes, and Yuer nodded heavily and became even colder. In her mind, a golden lightning roared. If it appeared in the outside world, it could instantly kill martial artists of the same level. She also had a powerful soul force, but it was different from Lin Ling's. At this moment, the ancient lake of the water moon sacred ground was a mysterious place. No one knew where the lake water came from. Every night, there would be a large area of water rushing into the sky, as if the bottom of the lake was connected to the vast ocean. This place leads to the vicinity of the rain sea. I will use my powerful force to open the void. It will only last for one breath. Lin Ling, you have to seize the opportunity. Perfected Xuani stopped by the lake and looked at Lin Ling with reluctance in his eyes. Martial uncle, I will be back. Lin Ling was grateful and nodded heavily. Perfected Xuani smiled with relief. He believed in Lin Ling. After all, this brat was loyal and loyal. Once he called him martial uncle, he would be martial uncle for life. I will let you see the strength of my physical body, the divine transformation body of an ancient god. Rumble. The lake water erupted, and an ancient aura erupted from the mountain range, causing the earth to tremble. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. In his eyes, the thin and old Taoist Xuani was growing rapidly. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. He was like an ancient god that had descended to the mortal world. His skin turned into a bronze color and shone brightly under the sunlight, looking majestic. At that moment, perfected Tai looked even younger. He was only in his 40s and his body was 2 meters tall. Lin Ling looked carefully. This is the combination of the king physique and the physical body. The golden fist blasted forward like a storm, causing the air to riot. The fast speed of the fist caused Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. This was probably reaching 1,000,000 punches in a single breath. Crack! The void shattered like glass, and a dark, bottomless void appeared. Go, have a safe journey. A low and hoarse voice floated out of perfected Xuani's mouth. Thank you, martial uncle. Lin Ling took a step forward, shot into the void and finally disappeared. Whoosh! The river roared and flowed east. This was the Goose Feather River. It was said that even goose feathers would settle when they fell into the river, and this river led to the rain sea. Whoosh! At that moment the wind howled, and the void seemed to be forcefully torn apart by someone. A slender figure slowly walked out of the void. He looked into the distance with a hint of nostalgia. He was Lin Ling. I'm back. The familiar smell and wind made Lin Ling close his eyes. When he opened them again, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the past, he was besieged by the fighting evil faction, the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and the Justice Duan family. Today he had returned. It was time to pay with blood. He would take revenge for Old Master Qin. With that in mind, Lin Ling strode forward. This was the 100 territories, and there was still some distance before he reached the rainforest sacred land. Sea Devil Town was a small town with the Goose Feather River behind it. Although it wasn't famous, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Moreover, there were many experts here. The reason was that there was a powerful faction hidden here. Today is Old Master Hai's birthday. Look, even the experts from the rainforest sacred land came to congratulate him. Moreover, the genius from the Hai family, Hai Tiancan, has also returned. Old Master Hai's face is really big. If it wasn't for the large number of experts from the Hai family that died 3 months ago, including the Old Master, the High family's power would be even more terrifying. At this moment in the Sea Devil Town's only restaurant, the Sea Gazing Restaurant, people were whispering and talking about the High family's old master's birthday. This High family is just a small family. How could they attract so many experts? Someone curiously asked. Someone beside him quickly pulled him and whispered, "Are you crazy? How dare you talk about the High family? The High family is the fighting evil faction hidden in the 100 territories." The person who spoke before trembled. The fighting evil faction, the Spectre clan, how could he not be afraid? And in the High family, the words fighting evil faction were taboo. The High family would never openly admit that they were part of the fighting evil faction. Even if many people knew, they still wouldn't allow others to say it. Those who violated this rule would be killed. The High family was like the Spectre clan. They always liked to hide in the dark. They could only let others call them the High family. However, as long as they didn't talk about the fighting evil faction, then it would be fine. 3 months ago, the High family sent out all their experts. In the end, they all died. That Lin Ling is really scary. Yeah, I heard that not only the High family but even the people from the 2 ancient kingdoms all died. Countless people were buried with them before Lin Ling died. This Lin Ling is really hard to deal with. Many people chatted again. 3 months ago, the battle by the rainy seaside shocked the 100 territories. In that battle, the 2 ancient kingdoms and the fighting evil faction were completely annihilated. And the great Qin dynasty's Qin clan leader and Lin Ling just died. The price to pay for killing the 2 of them was very high. If you don't know, then don't say anything. They weren't completely annihilated. There are still 2 people alive. At this moment, a cold voice came from the restaurant. Everyone looked over and saw that at the corner of the table, 3 middle-aged men wearing embroidered clothes were drinking indifferently. Only 2 people are alive, but this also proves how scary Lin Ling is. After all, I heard that many Holy Spirit Realm experts died. Now that the High family's vitality is greatly damaged, there are no more Holy Spirit Realm experts left. A cultivator said unwillingly. The other party was questioning him. The people drinking stopped and looked indifferently at that cultivator. Their eyes were cold, causing that cultivator's body to tremble. He somewhat wanted to take back his words. However, he was also considered a famous cultivator in the 100 territories. With so many people watching, if he took back his words, what face would he have left? Immortal Iron Leg, a famous expert in the 100 territories. However, in Sea Devil Town, everything is said by us. Therefore, you only have one chance. If you miss it, then it will be too late to regret it. That middle-aged man in embroidered clothes looked indifferently at that cultivator. He seemed to know the other party's background, but he still forced that cultivator to change his words. You won't even give? That cultivator's face turned ugly. The other party was humiliating him. Moreover, the other party was very domineering. He seemed to be from the High family. The High family was the fighting evil faction. Cultivator's expressions changed when they talked about it. He didn't think that he would actually meet someone from the High family in this restaurant. You won't even give. Within 3 breaths you must kneel and apologize. Otherwise you can't leave Sea Devil Town. That middle-aged man in embroidered clothes said indifferently. His words carried a strong sense of authority. Thank you, Zhang Yojia. Account number 885. Star's Secret Room. Real Excellence. Heartless Heartbreaks Tip. Chapter 800. The fighting evil faction. The High family is really arrogant. They don't fear the immortal Iron Leg at all. Wow! The immortal Iron Leg was very strong. He was at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Layer and was very famous in the 100 territories. However, the fighting evil faction didn't fear him at all. Time's up. Go! Xiao! The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes disappeared from his original spot like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was in front of the immortal metal leg. His ghost claw was filled with murderous intent as it reached out. It was a terrifying claw like the claw of the underworld. I was wrong. I'll repeat myself. Go! The immortal Iron Leg's eyes narrowed. He knew how strong his opponent was. His opponent's speed was too fast. He was even faster than his Iron Leg. It seemed like his king body wasn't weak at all. Kneel down and speak. Go! The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes stopped his killing intent and started humiliating the immortal Iron Leg. The immortal Iron Leg's face turned ugly. He wanted to kneel down, but as soon as he moved his knees, a hand patted his back. "You don't need to kneel. Go. Go." The crowd in the restaurant was astonished. Someone had saved the immortal Iron Leg and said he didn't need to kneel in front of the High family. That was a provocation to the fighting evil faction. Everyone looked at the person who had stopped the immortal Iron Leg. He was wearing a large cloak and had a huge sword on his back. His aura was also extraordinary. "Your Excellency, do you want to die? Go." The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes looked indifferent. The Fair family had always kept a low profile in Demon Sea Town. That was why he hadn't immediately killed the immortal Iron Leg. Instead, he had humiliated him. But now, someone was provoking the fighting evil faction. Could it be that everyone thought the fighting evil faction was dead? "I do want to die. So what? Go." However, the cloaked man's voice became even colder. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes narrowed his eyes. That guy was crazy. Wasn't he afraid of getting killed? "You have to kneel down. Otherwise, the consequences will be terrible. You know that if you offend the High family, even if you run to the end of the world, it'll be useless. You can't escape from death," said the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. He was threatening the immortal Iron Leg. The cloaked man had told the immortal Iron Leg not to kneel down, but he wanted to see if the immortal Iron Leg would kneel down or not. Although the fighting evil faction was low-key, they still had their own pride. "If you kneel, you'll still die. If you don't kneel, you won't die," the cloaked man said indifferently. The crowd was astonished. This matter was caused by the immortal Iron Leg. He believed that Lin Ling was no small matter. 3 months ago, all the major powers were annihilated by him. However, the Fair family believed that Lin Ling was only a so-so. In the end, he still died. This caused the immortal Iron Leg to be at the peak of the storm. If he didn't kneel, then the Fair family would want to kill him. If he kneeled, then he would be greatly humiliated. Moreover, the cloaked man who supported him would also lose face. "Kneel. As long as you kneel, I will spare your life and even kill the cloaked man behind you. If you don't kneel, die," the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes said in an incomparably dignified manner. It was as if he was the ruler of everything. He knew that the immortal Iron Leg would understand how terrifying the Fair family was. "If you kneel, you will still die. If you don't kneel, you can live." The cloaked man was still as cold as before. He didn't fear the Fair family in the slightest. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, causing the undying Iron Leg's eyes to flicker. This matter was caused by him, so if he wanted to end it, only he could do it. There were only two choices. If he kneeled, then the Fair family might let him go. However, this would offend the cloaked man. After all, the cloaked man had helped him before, and even offended the Fair family for his sake. If he didn't kneel, he would offend the Fair family, and offend the fighting evil faction. Plop! Without any hesitation, the undying Iron Leg knelt down. "I take back what I said before. Lin Ling deserved to die. He is a piece of trash." After weighing the pros and cons, he finally chose the Fair family. "Haha!" The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes laughed proudly as if he had won a great battle. However, the cloaked man remained silent. The crowd looked at the silent cloaked man. They couldn't help but feel sorry for the cloaked man. The cloaked man had helped the undying Iron Leg to regain his dignity, but he had also offended the Fair family. However, the undying Iron Leg didn't stand firm because of the cloaked man's help. In the end, the undying Iron Leg knelt. If he knelt, the Fair family might not make things difficult for him. However, the Fair family might make things difficult for the cloaked man. They might even kill the cloaked man. "You made the wrong choice." After a moment of silence, the cloaked man said softly, "I didn't make a mistake. In this world, the strong are respected. He is stronger than you, so he has the ability to dominate everything. You have helped me to regain my dignity. I thank you very much. However, in this world, one's life is more important. This is also the reason why I, the undying Iron Leg, can live until now." The undying Iron Leg said indifferently. Since he had already offended the cloaked man, He might as well not give him any more face. Aren't you afraid of offending me and letting me kill you? The cloaked man said softly. You don't have the strength to do so. The undying iron leg said in disdain. This caused the crowd's heart to tremble. This undying iron leg was a fence-sitter. He had offended the Fair family, and the cloaked man had stepped forward to help him. However, the undying iron leg used the cloaked man as an excuse to divert the Fair family's anger to the cloaked man. Haha, satisfying. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes laughed. He looked at the cloaked man indifferently and said, "How pitiful. In order to help this trash, you overestimated yourself. In the end, this trash abandoned you, and you offended our Fair family. Today you will die in Sea Devil Town." As soon as these words were spoken, many people felt that the cloaked man was very pitiful. He had attracted a fatal disaster for no reason. "I'm sorry. I didn't offend the Fair family because I helped him. It's the Fair family. I must make them suffer." However, as soon as the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes finished speaking, the cloaked man said indifferently, "What?" The crowd gasped. That cloaked man seemed to have come here specifically for the Fair family. Was he crazy? Plunge people into misery and suffering? The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes narrowed his eyes. The cloaked man was very bold. Did he think that the Fair family was an ant? You won't have the chance. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes coldly shouted. His body turned into a cold black fog. In that terrifying fog, a cold ghost claw grabbed the cloaked man's neck. Ghost God Force. The crowd's eyes narrowed. The Fighting Evil clan was indeed the most bizarre clan. The cloaked man was in trouble. Gotcha. However, the ghost claw had already grabbed the cloaked man's neck. However, the cloaked man's neck seemed to be as hard as metal. It wasn't damaged at all. What? Many people widened their eyes. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes was a cultivator of the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Layer. He also had the strength of the ghost claw. Even a cultivator of the Emperor Spirit Layer wouldn't dare take it head-on. However, the cloaked man didn't even try to block it. That was too terrifying. "The Fighting Evil clan will always be a despicable clan," said the cloaked man coldly. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes' expression changed drastically. The cloaked man was at the same cultivation level as him, but he was twice as strong as him. "Retreat!" shouted the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. Such a strong cultivator could only be killed by the Fighting Evil clan. However, could he retreat just because he wanted to? Chapter 801. The High Family's Patriarch's Birthday Celebration Boom. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes exploded like a firecracker. His flesh didn't explode piece by piece, but turned into dust. It was a terrifying power. It was as if a huge chariot had hit the middle-aged man. Many people's jaws dropped. "You're courting death." On the other side, the three people from the High family were stunned. Then they shouted angrily. Someone dared to kill people from the High family in the Demon Sea Town. This was a provocation to the Fighting Evil faction. Shio. At that moment, a figure quickly crossed the ground. The figure stepped on the ground and the whole restaurant shook. Then a fist was thrown out. Bang! 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 The three people from the Fighting Evil faction exploded and turned into dust. It was as if these people had never appeared in this world. It was so strange that people forgot to breathe. For died. "Old Master Shao, your revenge has just begun." At the same time, a calm voice came out of the restaurant, making everyone's heart tremble. In one move, they were all killed. And it wasn't a powerful martial skill, it was just a fist. How much power was hidden in that fist? Pa! Under countless gazes, the cloaked man slowly took off his cloak, revealing a handsome face. However, his face was incomparably cold. What was surprising was that such a strong person was actually so young. "Your choice is all dead." A cold voice came out of the young man's mouth, making the immortal Iron Leg, who was still kneeling on the ground, tremble. He had chosen the High family because he thought that if he didn't kneel, the High family would kill him and the cloaked man. Therefore, he knelt and even thought that he had made the right choice. However, the result was that several people from the High family had died, and the person he relied on had turned into dust. He seemed to have made the wrong choice. "You're so strong." If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have knelt. The immortal Iron Leg's heart was beating violently. He quickly stood up and smiled with gratitude. But you've already knelt. However, the young man said coldly. With the fighting evil faction here I had to kneel. But now that I'm dead, I don't need to kneel. Immortal Iron Leg laughed. Then he saw that the young man's face was still as cold as ever, and a thought flashed through his mind. This young man wanted to kill him. Sure enough, the young man very quickly said coldly, although I came here for the Fair family, by coming forward to support you, I also shouldered the Fair family's obliteration. However, you betrayed me at the most crucial moment. Do you think I will let you off? The crowd nodded in agreement with the young man. That young man had helped Immortal Iron Leg. So Immortal Iron Leg should have fought side by side with the young man, sharing weal and woe together. However, Immortal Iron Leg had surrendered and knelt down, allowing the young man to bear the Fair family's anger alone. Only after the young man had killed several Fair family members did Immortal Iron Leg smile and stand together with the young man again. How thick-skinned. His temperament was also very ugly. Wait a minute. Actually, the matter was originally a small matter. It was brought about by Lin Ling. We don't have much enmity between us. Sensing the young man's killing intent, Immortal Iron Leg became somewhat anxious. That young man's strength was very strong, and he was incomparably fearful. I came forward to support you because you said a word of justice. However, after that, because you wanted to save your life, you said that Lin Ling deserved to die. This caused my view of you to change again. That young man walked over step by step, making Immortal Iron Leg even more flustered. He kept waving his hand and said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I should have faced the Fair family together with you. That's not the reason. The young man took a step forward, and his seemingly ordinary fist once again blasted out. The reason is, I am the Lin Ling that you said deserved to die. What? Immortal Iron Leg's eyes widened. This young man was Lin Ling? He actually said in front of Lin Ling that Lin Ling deserved to die. At this moment, his heart was as shocked as thunder. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Boom! The ferocious fist attacked, turning Immortal Iron Leg into dust, forever disappearing under heaven and earth. Another punch to kill. The hearts of the people in the restaurant trembled fiercely. What a terrifying strength. Then they watched as the young man put on his cloak and disappeared from the restaurant. After the young man left, a series of horrified voices came out. He said before that he was Lin Ling? Didn't Lin Ling die? How is this possible? Many people felt that it was very unreal. 3 months ago, Lin Ling died under the siege of various major forces. This point was already recognized by the Heavenly Dragon Empire. But now Lin Ling appeared in the seclusion of the Fighting Evil faction. This is fake. Moreover, why did he appear here? Could it be that he came for revenge? The guesses in their hearts made the crowd suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling had risen from the ashes. Although the incident in the restaurant was sensational, it was the birthday of the new patriarch of the Fair family, so the news was not spread out in time. At this moment, the lively Sea Devil Town was already surging with people. As the #1 family in Sea Devil Town, guests came like clouds. The warriors of Sea Devil Town, regardless of whether they were willing or not, had to send birthday gifts. Although many people were unwilling and even wanted to rebel against the Fair family, the Fair family had already been recruited by the Heavenly Dragon Empire. They were one of the major forces of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. 3 months ago, the experts of the Fighting Evil faction went out together to kill Lin Ling. In the end, they were completely annihilated. Many people thought that the Fair family was going to decline, but the recruitment of the Heavenly Dragon Empire had undoubtedly prevented the Fair family from declining. In fact, the Fair family was even more glorious than before. After all, with the support of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Fair family might give up hiding in the dark and tell the world that they were the mysterious Fighting Evil faction. At this moment, the vast Fair family did not have the gloomy aura of the past. A large number of people walked through the door and congratulated them. In the crowd, Lin Ling was wearing a large cloak. He also followed the crowd in. He looked around. It seemed that the Fighting Evil faction had joined hands with the 2 ancient countries to kill him. The Fighting Evil faction had also benefited from being recruited by the Heavenly Dragon Empire. This was equivalent to stepping on him to gain benefits. The fighting evil faction must be destroyed today. Previously, when he broke through the void from the Goosefeather River, he wanted to find the fighting evil faction for revenge. However, he did not expect that the heavens would help him this time, allowing him to find the fighting evil faction so quickly. For this birthday celebration, Lin Ling also brought a large number of birthday gifts. He wanted to let the fighting evil faction enjoy their last days in this world. Today, the revenge of Old Man Xiao will be paid back with interest. The Duan family of justice has arrived. They send 1,000-years-old spirit jade. The Heavenly Dragon Empire has arrived. They send a 10,000-years-old spirit mushroom. The Upper Three Regions ice field has arrived. The Vast Fair family, the major forces of the 100 regions, sent people to deliver birthday gifts. Many people were secretly shocked. Out of the 5 ancient countries, 2 of them actually came. The Fair family's face was really big. Chapter 802. Distorting Right and Wrong. However, 3 months ago, a large number of experts from the fighting evil faction had died and the Fair family's opportunity had come. In that battle, because they had killed Lin Ling, the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family had recruited the fighting evil faction. This made the patriarch of the Heavenly Dragon Empire believe that the fighting evil faction had the backing of a huge force. It was time for the fighting evil faction to surface from the shadows and let the cultivators of the 100 territories know of their strength. Although Lin Ling had died, he had helped the Fair family. Isn't this Hai Tian Can? Amazing, you've reached the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm at such a young age. In the future, the glory of the fighting evil faction will be on your shoulders. At this moment in the square, many people were talking to a young man from the Fair family. The young man stood up proudly and calmly toasted everyone. This young man could be considered as a handsome young man. He had the demeanor of a general at such a young age. Moreover, he was the heaven's pride of the Holding Heaven Mansion. Currently, he was ranked 150 on the Heaven's Pride ranking. He was the most dazzling existence of the Fair family, Hai Tian Can. Of course, the most dazzling members of the fighting evil faction were the Yin-Yang Double Demons. Unfortunately, they had been killed in the pursuit of Lin Ling. Otherwise, it would not be Hai Tian Can's turn to shine. Thank you, seniors, for your kindness. Hai Tian Can smiled and bowed. He calmly sat down, but his eyes were constantly looking at a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. That middle-aged man's strength was at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but he was the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was one of the 5 great ancient empires. If he could gain the attention of an ancient empire, his future would be even more prosperous. Therefore, it was rare for him to meet the envoy today. Naturally, he would think of a way to prove himself. Today is the birthday of the new patriarch of the Fair family, Hai Ju Shi. I represent the Heavenly Dragon Empire. At this moment, the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire stood up and looked at the crowd indifferently. The entire square instantly became silent. Everyone was looking at the envoy in awe. The Hai clan has contributed greatly in suppressing the bandits. In the battle at the Yu Hai, we mobilized 150 of our most powerful cultivators, including the previous clan leader, in order to eliminate Lin Ling and Qin Shao of the Great Qin Empire. These 2 have committed all sorts of evil deeds, slaughtering the innocent in the 100 territories. Hence, the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Justice Duan clan and the Fighting Evil sect joined forces to fight against Qin Shao and his 1,500 cultivators. Although the battle was difficult, for the sake of the world's peace, our 3 great powers did not fear death. In the end, we perished together with Qin Shao and Lin Ling. In this battle, only the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan clan returned alive. What a pity! The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire shouted loudly, causing the crowd's eyes to flicker. Some of them had heard that the 3 great powers joined forces to fight against Lin Ling and his 2 companions. There were not 1,500 cultivators, but according to the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the number of cultivators seemed to have increased. Although many people were sacrificed, we still won in the end. Here we must thank the martyrs of the Fair family. For the sake of the world, they sacrificed a lot. The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire looked at the patriarch of the Fair family, Haiju sure with admiration, then clapped his hands. Clap, clap, clap. There was also a large amount of applause in the surroundings. The patriarch of the Fair family stood up and faced the applause indifferently. But in the hearts of the crowd, such hypocrisy. The Heavenly Dragon Empire, in order to restore the honor they had lost in that battle, had actually slandered Lin Ling and his companions as having more than 1,000 powerhouses. But the truth was that the other side only had 3 people. Perhaps if they had said enough about Lin Ling and his companions, then the Heavenly Dragon Empire would not have lost so much face. Moreover, Lin Ling was not some devil. He was only a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. The Heavenly Dragon Empire, in order to justify their actions, had really used any excuse they could think of. Of course, many people knew this, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. They could only follow the crowd and applaud in admiration. The Heavenly Dragon Empire is a disgrace. The Justice Duan family is a hypocrite. The Fighting Evil faction is even more despicable. The 3 great powers joined forces to wipe out the 3 of them, and in the end they were completely annihilated. This is a war that everyone knows, but in your mouth you have twisted right and wrong, and turned it into a war of pride. However, in the midst of the endless applause, a disdainful laugh suddenly sounded out, causing everyone to stop clapping, their hearts fiercely trembling. Today, powerhouses were as common as clouds, and it was also the birthday of the Fighting Evil faction's patriarch. There was actually someone who dared to say such words. Was he looking to die? Who is it? A martial artist from the Fair family angrily shouted. His eyes coldly swept over the square. Do you dare to say that you don't dare to stand up? Are you deliberately trying to slander our Fair family? Haha. At this moment a hearty laugh sounded out. From the crowd, a man wearing a large cloak walked out. He held a jug of wine in his hand, laughing as he walked. There was an indescribable sense of heroism in him. If I dare to say it, then I naturally dare to come out. How could I be as shameful as your Fair family? After the loud laugh, a free and unrestrained voice sounded out, causing the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. This person was crazy. Did he want to arouse the anger of the crowd? Sir, you must be drunk. The Fair family patriarch Haijuesher coldly said. As he finished speaking, he quietly winked at a person beside him. Today, all the martial artists under the heavens were present. Even if he wanted to kill this cloaked man, he couldn't do it by force. He had to show the benevolence and righteousness of his master. The person beside him nodded and slowly walked towards the cloaked man. Sir, you must have drunk too much. That's why you said the wrong thing. He seemed to want to support the cloaked man, but there was a dark light hidden in his palm. If one looked carefully, it was actually a ghost demon. Obviously, he wanted to quietly put the ghost into the cloaked man's body when he was supporting the cloaked man so that the cloaked man would die quietly. However, just as his hand fell on the cloaked man's body, a flame blossomed. It was as if what he touched was not the cloaked man but a flame. Dirty hand, get lost. A cold voice floated out from the cloaked man's mouth. The person who tried to sneak attack the cloaked man let out a painful scream. His hand was burning, and the flame was also burning his body. At the same time, the crowd also saw that the person's hand was letting out a sharp cry, as if a ghost was being burned to death. What a terrifying sneak attack! Many people were aware of the intention of the Fighting Evil faction. Their hearts fiercely trembled. The Fair family was so sinister. The cloaked man didn't even look at the Fair family cultivator who was being burned by the flame. Instead, he looked at the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire and said, You dare to proudly announce your achievements in front of everyone, but you don't allow anyone to disagree? According to what you said, the Heavenly Dragon Empire can proudly say that you are the number 1 of the 5 great ancient empires. If anyone disagrees, kill them. These words made the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's face extremely ugly. The cloaked man was obviously here to humiliate the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Good courage. The crowd looked at the cloaked man and secretly admired him. At this moment, only the cloaked man dared to stand up and speak. My Fair family has always respected people. You say that we distort right and wrong. That's just your words. Chapter 803. The return of vengeance, who do you think you are? However, after Hai Tianquan walked out, the cloaked man said indifferently. Hai Tiansan's pupils shrank. He had tried to talk nicely to make the cloaked man suffer. Who would have thought that the cloaked man would be so domineering? He had directly said, "Who do you think you are? Your Excellency, you have a high social status, of course I can't compare to you. I'm just an ordinary young genius from the sky-bearing government," said Hai Tianquan indifferently. It seemed like he was lowering his status by praising the cloaked man, but in fact he was praising himself. After all, everyone knew that he was one of the top 150 young geniuses of the sky-bearing government. "You're right, you're just a piece of trash compared to me." However, Hai Tianquan's modest words made the cloaked man look at him with disdain. How arrogant! Hai Tianquan is a late emperor spirit cultivator, but he's being called a piece of trash. The crowd gasped. The cloaked man was going to shock the entire Sea Devil town. "You!" Hai Tianquan was staring at the cloaked man. He had wanted to do a perfect job and win the favor of the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. However, the cloaked man didn't act according to common sense. He had called him a piece of trash. Hai Tianquan couldn't stay calm anymore. "We can't talk properly, you're distorting the truth, don't blame me for being ruthless." Taking a step forward, Hai Tianquan pounced toward the cloaked man. A large number of afterimages appeared behind him, and countless beautiful female ghosts appeared. Maybe you have some misunderstandings about the Hai family, but don't worry, the Hai family isn't a tyrannical family. We just want you to sit down and talk, we won't hurt you," said Hai Tianquan in a gentle and refined manner. The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire nodded. Hai Tianquan was a talented young man. He was good at martial arts. He wasn't reckless. "You want to talk? I don't have time to talk to a piece of trash, I'll give you 10 slaps," said the cloaked man in a low voice. The crowd was astonished. The cloaked man was as arrogant as before. At the same time, Hai Tiansan's palm reached out. Spiritual energy surged as if it was tearing through space. His king physique was related to Yin spirits, and it even had a beauty to it. It was hard for people to guard against it, so he knew that the cloaked man would not be able to block it. However, as he got closer and closer to the cloaked man, Hai Tianquan noticed that the cloaked man's icy cold eyes were staring fixedly at him from beneath the brim of his hat, and a wisp of extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from him. Bang bang bang. The beautiful female ghosts behind Hai Tianquan let out ear-piercing screams before they turned into white bones. It was as if they had met their nemesis. His Chinese lady spirits had used their soul power to attack, but little did he know that the cloaked man's soul power was even more terrifying, and his killing intent was even more terrifying. Whoosh! The cloaked man was still standing there quietly. With a slap of his hand, a tyrannical power erupted and easily slapped Hai Tianquan's arm away. Then he grabbed with one hand and slapped with the other hand. Pa pa pa. His voice was crisp and clear, shocking everyone present. A prodigy ranked 150th on the prodigy roll of 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 the prodigy is the fair family a bunch of trash? Amidst the applause, a tyrannical voice floated out from the cloaked man's body. All the martial artists of the fair family began to tremble. This mysterious man was humiliating them, and he was humiliating them in front of everyone. Most importantly, the target of his humiliation was the most outstanding genius of the fair family. The crowd was also shocked. A moment ago they had wanted to see the strength of the genius Hai Tianquan, but in the next moment, he was like a stray dog being grabbed by the cloaked man's hand. This was all too surreal. "I'll kill you!" Hai Tianquan angrily roared as his neck was tightly grasped. He had wanted to prove his strength, but before he could do so, he had been treated like trash by this cloaked man. How could he raise his head in the fighting evil faction in the future? "Kill me!" The cloaked man's hand stopped slapping. He lowered his head and coldly stared at Hai Tianquan. The murderous intent in his eyes caused Hai Tiansan's body to tremble. What a terrifying gaze, that was the true eye of a killing god. Suddenly, Hai Tianqian regretted his previous words. That was because the cloaked man could easily suppress him. His strength was definitely above his, and those cold eyes didn't seem like he would show mercy just because he was a member of the fighting evil faction. The most important thing was that he gradually saw the cloaked man's appearance. It was him. "You can die now." A firm voice resounded. The cloaked man's right hand formed a fist and punched towards Hai Tiansan's abdomen. 10 million points of strength erupted, and the small world within his body began to crazily revolve. Puff! Hai Tianqian spat out a mouthful of blood. His body bent like a prawn, and then with a bang his entire body exploded and turned into ashes. Dead. The last genius of the Fair family had died in front of countless people, and he had died on the birthday of the patriarch. The crowd forgot how to breathe, as if they had seen the most terrifying existence. "Who are you? Why did you come to my Fair family to distort right and wrong, and kill people as you wish?" Hai Tiansan's voice filled with killing intent resounded, shaking the entire square. That cloaked man was too overbearing. "Me distorting right and wrong? Or you distorting right and wrong? 3 major powers joined hands to kill 3 people, and you actually spread the news that you killed more than 1,000 experts. What a thick face. Of course you won't admit your hypocrisy, but with me here, it's enough to prove it." A cold voice drifted out from the cloaked man's mouth. He slowly extended his hand, and then gently took off his cloak. He was wearing a blue and white robe. It wasn't luxurious, but it was as pure as the clouds in the sky. A handsome face and a tyrannical sword appeared clearly in front of everyone's eyes. His long hair fluttered in the wind, free and unrestrained. His eyes were ice cold, and his arrogance reached the clouds. "You are Lin Ling." Under countless shocked gazes, a frightened voice came out from Hai Tiansan's mouth. The crowd's expression became incomparably splendid. Lin Ling, a peak-level genius who had died 3 months ago, appeared in front of everyone's eyes again today. He hadn't died yet, and he had come for revenge. Many people's hearts were filled with a terrifying thought. "You are Lin Ling." The people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family opened their eyes wide. Lin Ling hadn't died, which meant that the 2 ancient countries had died 3 months ago in vain. 3 months ago, the 3 major powers came together to kill me and Old Master Qin. Unfortunately, I haven't died yet, and I have returned today. Lin Ling's cold voice came out. Once again it proved that Lin Ling hadn't died, and he had returned from hell to take revenge. The crowd also stared at the indifferent young man, and a thought appeared in their minds. Before, the 3 major powers had beautified themselves and praised themselves, but after Lin Ling's appearance, everything had become extremely ironic. After all, Lin Ling was the person involved. How could his words have no weight? "You killed Old Master Qin. Today, the envoys of the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family shall stay here forever, and the fighting evil faction shall be exterminated." Under the silent square, a cold and firm voice came out. The square was once again in an uproar. Lin Ling had returned to take revenge, and the first one to attack was the fighting evil faction, and it seemed like he wanted to exterminate them all. Chapter 804. Extermination. Rumble. At that moment, Lin Ling waved his left hand, and countless black shadows sprayed out like heavenly maidens scattering flowers. They landed heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Countless people stared at the coffins. They were all black coffins. A total of 375 people. The voice sounded like it came from the underworld. Some people carefully counted the number of coffins and discovered that there were 375 coffins. Lin Ling's revenge was crazy. He didn't leave a single one alive. He even left a coffin for everyone. The square was dead silent. At this moment, everyone was motionless. They could only stare at the numerous coffins and the young man in the middle of the coffins. He was holding a magnificent sword. His blue and white robe was fluttering in the wind. The young man was domineering. His killing intent was so strong that it made many people tremble in fear. It didn't seem like a human. It seemed like a sword that floated out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Only Lin Ling knew why this sword wanted to kill. It wanted to kill Old Man Xiao. Do you know who you are facing today? The messenger of Heavenly Dragon Empire stared at the coffins around him. Blue veins were popping out on his forehead. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He actually prepared coffins for everyone. Messenger of Heavenly Dragon Empire. You don't need to show off your status. I can promise you that I will let you die in the end. Lin Ling raised his sword, and his murderous aura was unabashedly released. Die in the end? The messenger of Heavenly Dragon Empire trembled. He was trembling with anger. Lin Ling seemed to think that they were going to die in the end. You are very frivolous, but unfortunately, you are also very stupid. You are lucky to not die. You did not hide and cultivate bitterly. Instead, you can't hold back your desire for revenge. You came here to die, Lin Ling. Lin Ling, according to the rumors, you are brave and smart, but after seeing you today, it seems that you are not worthy of your reputation. Hai Ju-Shi also looked at Lin Ling coldly, but he was not angry. Maybe in his opinion, Lin Ling was just digging his own grave. The crowd recovered from their shock and scanned the square. On the square, there were countless experts from the fighting evil faction, in addition to the 2 envoys from the ancient countries, but Lin Ling seemed to be alone. Sure enough, the Hai family's patriarch was right. Lin Ling was too reckless. Kill! Hai Ju-Shi indifferently waved his hand, and all the experts of the Fair family rushed out in unison. Their imposing manner was magnificent as they pounced towards Lin Ling. In the square, Yin-Chi and ghosts covered the sky as if it had turned into the 9 Serenities hell. The terrifying power of the Spectre clan was unleashed. Although this reclusive clan kept a low profile, once they surfaced from the dark, their aura was incomparably terrifying. They're all Emperor Spirit Realm experts. Many people left the square quietly, afraid that they would be implicated. They looked at the young man in the square with anticipation. Lin Ling was as arrogant as the clouds. 3 months ago he was hunted down and 3 months later he came back with revenge. However, the time was too short, and Lin Ling did not cultivate for a longer period of time. Wasn't it too reckless for him to wait until he was strong enough to take revenge? However, Lin Ling was the most dazzling monster in the 100 territories. He shouldn't be that stupid. Xiao Yan. Boom! At this moment, a low shout resounded in the square. Soon after, an enormous beast appeared. Its ferocious chi made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling actually controlled such a terrifying beast. Could it be his trump card? Xiao Yan, you're in charge of putting the corpses into the coffins. Boom! However, a tyrannical voice floated in the air again, making the crowd's face stiffen. The ferocious beast was not there to support the battle, but to put the corpses into the coffins? Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to face the entire fighting evil faction alone? Arrogant, kill him. This time Hai Ju-Shi was also furious. Lin Ling was going too far. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold, and he slowly raised his sword. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's sword actually became very heavy. Moreover, the ground was shaking, as if it couldn't bear the power that erupted from Lin Ling's body. That kind of extreme power even made time stop at this moment. It was very strange. Lin Ling didn't explode with a powerful aura, but it seemed that his body alone was enough to make the ground shake. Chi-Chi. At this moment, Lin Ling's sword emitted a cold light. The sword was very cold. Many people felt that the coldness wasn't the coldness of ice, but the coldness of killing. Many people even saw that Lin Ling seemed to have disappeared, and only a sword was floating in the air. It was a sword of blood, as if it floated out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Sword of killing. Desolate killing. A low voice seemed to break the frozen time, and coldly floated out. A sword slash seemed to come from the void, bringing with it a billowing killing intent. It was so cold that people didn't dare to look at it directly. Not good, everyone be careful. Hai Ju-Shi stared at Lin Ling and instantly shouted. However, it was too late. When the sword slashed past, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared. The 200+ experts of the Hai family stopped in their tracks, and the time in the square seemed to have stopped again. Family head. One of them turned his head to look at Hai Ju-Shi with difficulty, and his voice was filled with sorrow and regret. Bang bang bang. In the next moment, the heads of the 200+ experts flew out, and blood spurted out from their necks. It was incomparably dazzling, and it was like a dazzling firework. This sword had killed all the enemies that came. How terrifying! The crowd trembled. They didn't underestimate Lin Ling, and they knew that Lin Ling was a top genius. However, Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, and there were countless experts of the fighting evil faction who were higher than Lin Ling, but they couldn't block a single sword. What kind of sword was that? How could they know that that sword contained half a step away from 90% sword intent? It was a powerful sword that only appeared in the hands of top geniuses and ancient martial artists. No, this is fake. Hai Juesher stared at the scene in front of him, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Ling's sword had killed a large number of peak Emperor Spirit Realm experts. Did this mean that other than the top geniuses of the Emperor Spirit Realm, no one could stop Lin Ling? Look at that giant ape. Someone pointed at the square after recovering from the shock. The giant ape was like a bull from hell, and it was coldly carrying the corpses into the coffins. It was terrifying. This man and beast had really returned from hell. Moreover, many people discovered that the Heavenly Dragon Empire's previous words were even more laughable. The Heavenly Dragon Empire had said that 3 months ago, the 3 major forces had dispatched experts to obliterate more than 1,000 warriors from Lin Ling's side. However, the current situation was that Lin Ling had single-handedly slaughtered all the Hai family's experts. One person was able to kill so many experts. What if Lin Ling's side had more than 1,000 warriors? There was no need to think too much about the result. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was really trying to beautify themselves for the sake of their own dignity. The grudge between me and the fighting evil faction came from the battle with the demon god Qi Yan. It was a fair battle. I lost, I died, the demon god lost, the demon god died. However, the fighting evil faction didn't accept their loss, so they sent all their experts to kill me. Since you dare to kill me, then I dare to do the same. Lin Ling's eyes became colder as he walked forward step by step. The Hai family had suffered a great loss when they tried to kill Lin Ling last time. They no longer had any Saint Spirit Realm experts left. This time, Lin Ling had come for revenge and killed all the experts of the Hai family. The remaining people couldn't help but tremble as they looked at Lin Ling. Was the god of vengeance going to kill them all? Oh. Chapter 805. It's all your fault. How dare you? Hai Juesher angrily roared. He thought that Lin Ling was the lucky star of his fair family. Although he had caused many deaths in the fair family 3 months ago, he had at least obtained the recruitment of 2 ancient nations. He was even secretly grateful to Lin Ling for allowing their fighting evil lineage to obtain a great merit. But now, he realized that the fighting evil faction had offended the wrong person. Lin Ling was a demon, a nightmare. You don't dare? A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. He dared to come here, so how could he not dare? Taking a step forward, Lin Ling was like the shadow of the Grim Reaper, pouncing on the remaining fighting evil faction members. Swoosh! With another slash, another large number of people died. All of them were unwilling, and some even blamed the previous generation's leader and their bloodline ghost god for provoking such a terrifying existence. I'll kill you! Hai Juesher roared crazily, and his body exploded, turning into a huge ghost flame that pounced on Lin Ling. Bang! A powerful force slammed into Lin Ling's back, causing Lin Ling's body to sway slightly. But soon, he turned around and smiled. Sorry, you're the last one to die. It's fine. Hai Juesher's strength was at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Even though he wasn't a prodigy, his years of hard work had given him a solid foundation in his cultivation. Yet, Lin Ling didn't even try to block his full-powered attack. Instead, he took it head-on and remained completely unharmed. This fleshly body was simply too powerful. Swoosh! Lin Ling did not kill Hai Juesher. Instead, he took a step forward and appeared in front of the other members of the Hai family, causing them to tremble. Looking at this cold young man at such a close distance, they felt like they were looking at the king of hell. Swoosh! Without saying anything, Lin Ling punched out, and 10 million points of strength exploded. With a bang, 5 people were swept away by the powerful force and turned into ashes. The innate body was so terrifying. One had to know that in the Water Moon Holy Land, Lin Ling was already unrivaled in the same realm with his innate body, not to mention that he had the king body and martial intent. No, this has nothing to do with us. We didn't want to kill you. The remaining fair family members knelt down and kowtowed unceasingly. They were scared. The dignified fighting evil faction, a faction that caused people's expressions to change, was now afraid of a young man because the fighting evil faction was ferocious, but this young man was even more vicious. In the past, old Master Qin also had nothing to do with you, so why did you kill him? Lin Ling's cold voice made the kneeling people tremble. Yes, they wanted to kill Lin Ling, but Grandpa Qin protected Lin Ling, so the fighting evil faction killed Grandpa Qin as well. They wanted to force Lin Ling into a dead end. But Grandpa Qin had never offended the fighting evil faction. Since they could kill him, why couldn't Lin Ling? Those kneeling people could not answer. They could only look at Lin Ling in horror. Lin Ling also knew that they wouldn't be able to answer. In fact, he didn't even need an answer because an eye for an eye was the answer. Whoosh! The sword was drawn and those people were killed again. Blood flowed like a river. No, don't kill them. Hai Juesher chased from behind, but he could only see the bloodlines disappearing one after another. He was a dignified family leader, but he couldn't do anything. He could only watch as his family members were killed. The most painful thing for him was that Lin Ling didn't kill him. He was the last one to die. We didn't want to kill old Master Qin. We were just serving different masters. Lin Ling, spare our lives. The remaining members of the fighting evil faction were getting fewer and fewer. They all knelt down and begged for mercy. If you want to blame someone, blame your surname Hai. There was no other explanation for this. There was only one reason. They were from the fighting evil faction. Their surname was Hai. Whoosh! Lin Ling's sword of slaughter slashed out again. Hai was a nightmare. In the distance, many people's hearts trembled. Not long ago, the surname Hai was a proud surname. They flaunted their strength and dominated a region. If anyone didn't listen to them, they would send out their entire clan to kill them. In the 100 regions, they had seized the prestige of the Ghost faction. But today, the surname Hai was a nightmare. This was the Ghost faction meeting the Death God. Plop! The last 3 people were also killed. The square was completely silent. Previously, it had been bustling with noise and excitement, but now, because there were so few people, it seemed incomparably desolate. The only thing moving in the square was the giant ape from hell, placing the corpses into the coffins. The coffins are filled with people from the fighting evil faction. The crowd felt like they were in a dream. Lin Ling had brought a large number of coffins to prepare for the Hai family. Today he had fulfilled his promise. There are still 7 people left. A cold voice transmitted through the plaza. The remaining 7 people were all important figures. They were the family leader of the Hai family and the emissaries of various ancient countries. At this moment they were all standing there in a daze. Before, when Lin Ling said he was going to exterminate the Hai family, they thought it was a joke, so they quietly waited for Lin Ling to be killed. Some of them even fantasized that if they killed Lin Ling, they would be able to exchange it for great merits in the ancient countries. However, in less than an hour, the Hai family was completely exterminated. Moreover, they had seen Lin Ling exterminate the Hai family. The remaining 7 people were all experts, but they were only at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. However, when Lin Ling transformed into the Death God, it seemed like ordinary peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm couldn't shake him at all. Only those at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm or the Holy Spirit Realm could do anything to him. Am I the only one left from the fighting evil faction? Hai Juesher stared at the coffins around him in a daze. Before, you beautified yourselves and said I was an ugly devil. Isn't this the result you wanted? How can a devil leave you alive? Lin Ling indifferently looked at Hai Juesher. Hai Juesher's body trembled. Before, in order to convince the crowd, they had beautified themselves, but Lin Ling was said to be a devil who killed people like scything flax. Now Lin Ling had shown them what a devil Grim Reaper was. Suddenly Hai Juesher regretted. If you said Lin Ling was a devil, then he was a devil. You can accompany them in death. Stop, said Lin Ling coldly. Then he walked towards Hai Juesher. He wanted to kill the last person of the fighting evil faction. Moreover, he didn't attack madly. Instead, he walked towards Hai Juesher and told him that he was coming to kill him. You will suffer retribution. Stop. Hai Juesher's pupils constricted. Lin Ling was looking down on him. You will never see it. Stop, said Lin Ling coldly. Flames surged from his left hand and the 10,000 small worlds in his body became active. They combined with the vermilion bird's flames and formed the Tai Unity Fist. Boom! Haiju Escher wanted to block the attack with all his might. But how could he block the attack when facing a genius who was at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm? He was killed with a single punch. Haiju Escher turned into ashes. Layers of black ashes floated in the air, making the crowd's heart beat violently. Then, a gigantic ape threw some of the ashes into the coffins. The fighting evil faction had been exterminated. It was like a dream. 3 months ago, the fighting evil faction had sent experts to kill Lin Ling. 3 months later, Lin Ling had returned from hell and started his revenge. The fighting evil faction had become the first to be buried with him. The fighting evil faction had provoked an existence that should not be provoked. Oh. Chapter 806. Old Master Shao, rest in peace. Lin Ling, you've gone too far. The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire said coldly. The remaining 6 looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling wiped out Heavenly Dragon Empire's forces in front of them. This is looking down on them. What can you do to me? Lin Ling smiled indifferently. Went too far? They were mortal enemies, how could they go too far? Could it be that the Heavenly Dragon Empire didn't go too far by killing him, but he went too far by avenging them? So Lin Ling didn't bother to explain. Strength was everything in this world. Lin Ling had the strength to dominate everything. So why would he bother to reason with them? It was better to say, what can you do to me? This was also telling the 2 ancient countries that if I want to kill you, you can't do anything about it. The Heavenly Dragon Empire will not let you off. The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire gritted his teeth and said, do you believe that if you say one more word, I'll be the first to kill you? Lin Ling smiled, but his smile was very cold, like a devil's smile. The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire trembled. Although he came from a noble ancient country, he didn't dare to say anything at this moment. Although people had dignity, they were afraid of death. Lin Ling said that if you say one more word, I'll be the first to kill you, so he didn't dare to say anything. The crowd's eyes flickered. Lin Ling was really domineering today. He forced the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire to not dare to say anything. You're afraid of me? You're all afraid of me. Lin Ling laughed again, causing the remaining 6 to grit their teeth as their bodies trembled. Lin Ling was humiliating them, which also meant that he was humiliating their ancient country. They were unwilling to accept this, but subconsciously, they didn't dare to say anything. Maybe they still had a trace of hope in their hearts, hoping that Lin Ling would give face to their ancient country and spare them. The silent time was undoubtedly torturous, especially when the Grim Reaper was watching. When you never knew when you would die, the torturous torment was even more painful. Plop! Finally, one person kneeled down and said, Lin Ling, I am not someone from the ancient kingdom. This time I was ordered to come here to celebrate the birthday. Please spare my life. This person was a subordinate of a powerful force under the 5 great ancient nations of the upper 3 regions. He knelt down and begged for mercy. It's too late to beg for mercy now. I can only say that you're on the wrong side. However, a cold voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. The sword of slaughter swung out with incomparable firmness. Whoosh! A sword scar appeared on that person's neck. His eyes were wide open, and he couldn't understand why he had to die even though he wasn't from an ancient country. The pupils of the people in the distance congealed. Lin Ling's killing intent was very decisive and firm. Suddenly, they somewhat understood that Lin Ling's killing was not without principles. Although that person was not from the ancient kingdom, he walked together with the fighting evil lineage and belonged to the same faction. Therefore he had to die. There were only 5 people left. At this moment, their hearts were trembling, and they even regretted coming here to celebrate the birthday. In the past, they were above tens of thousands of people and were respected by others. However, today they were like ants in front of Lin Ling. Whether they lived or died, it was up to Lin Ling to decide. All of this was very ironic. At this moment, Lin Ling was not looking at the 5 people. Instead, he was looking at the sky. There, the faint figure of Old Man Shao appeared, and seemed to be smiling at him. When he first appeared in the Qin clan, Old Man Shao fully supported him. Old Man Shao even said that Lin Ling was the same kind of person as himself. For Lin Ling, Old Man Shao fully supported him. The mother-child worm that could lead to the Great Qin Empire was given to him by Old Man Shao. It allowed him to return to the cloud domain and summon all the family heads of the Great Qin Empire. When the Holy Clan was destroyed, all the family heads left. However, Old Man Xiao was worried about Lin Ling's safety, so he went with Lin Ling. Old Man Xiao was a great benefactor to Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he died an unjust death. He did not die in a one-on-one battle, but was killed by a group of strong enemies. He even died not far from Lin Ling. At that moment, Lin Ling's heart was broken. The first senior who loved him in his life died just like that. Old Man Xiao, Lin Ling will definitely avenge you. The Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Duan family, one day, Lin Ling will step on the imperial soil and take back everything for you. Lin Ling said word by word, and the remaining 5 people trembled. A terrifying thought suddenly rose in their minds. Lin Ling killing the fighting evil sect was just the beginning. He wanted to kill the 2 ancient countries. Die! A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. His sword came out and heads fell. The remaining 5 people were killed in a single strike. Today, more than 300 people were sacrificed to Old Man Xiao. Bang bang bang. The remaining 5 corpses were placed in coffins. The entire square was empty, and it was like a dead manor. On the day of the birthday, they were all killed. In the distance, the crowd's face stiffened. They could not believe what they were seeing. Then they saw the young man take out paper money, burn it with fire, and scatter it in the air. Maybe Lin Ling was not able to pay respects to Old Man Xiao's death, so he used more than 300 people to pay respects to him. Old Man Xiao, rest in peace. The figures of the man and the beast slowly disappeared from the Hai family, and the whole Hai Hun became silent. The fighting evil sect had disappeared from the world, and no one dared to touch the countless coffins in the Hai family. They could only stay there forever. Lin Ling had returned with vengeance and killed the entire fighting evil clan like a bolt of lightning. The news spread like a rolling snowball. It spread to the 2 ancient countries, to the 100 territories, and even to the rainforest sacred land. Some people believed this news, but some people were skeptical. They thought that it was just a pretense made by the Great Qin Empire for revenge. However, it was undeniable that one of the forces that killed Lin Ling 3 months ago had been destroyed. It was terrifying. It was like the god of death had come for revenge. Only the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family truly knew that Lin Ling was still alive, and he had come back for revenge. Especially Lord Long and Duan Xuanwang. Their anger was monstrous. 3 months ago they had sent out all their powerhouses, but they had been completely annihilated. Even Duan Xuanwang had died, but Lin Ling had not died. This meant that their people had died in vain. And what was even more terrifying was that because of this, they had completely broken off relations with Lin Ling. Now they would have to bear the wrath of Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a proud son of heaven that was not even 20 years old. In fact, these 2 powerhouses should not have feared him. However, they had watched Lin Ling rise step by step. This youth's rise was terrifying, and he was not too far away from them. If this continued, their lives would be in danger. This made them regret their actions, and they were even more fearful. But there was no turning back. So they wanted to kill Lin Ling even more. At this moment, the rainforest sacred land, 7 profound martial house. At the ancient gate, there were disciples coming in and out one after another. Lin Ling seems to be alive. I heard that he killed the fighting evil faction not long ago. This news has spread throughout the 100 territories, but I don't know if it's true or not. If it's true, then Lin Ling is the fastest growing monster in the 100 territories, but I think it's false. How could Lin Ling still be alive after being besieged by so many strong cultivators? Even if he's still alive, it's only been 3 months, and he's already killed his way back. That's too fast. I think so too. It's said that although the fighting evil faction's vitality has been greatly damaged, there are still many powerhouses. There's a peak Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator in charge, and Lin Ling is only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. That must be a rumor. Chapter 807. Lin Ling's return shook the heavens and the earth. I have a relative in Sea Demon Town who saw it with his own eyes. At that time, Lin Ling was wearing a blue and white robe, and when his sword came out it cut off a person's head. He was indescribably confident and arrogant, and was the idol of all proud sons of heaven. Moreover, when Lin Ling came to the seven profound martial house, when had he ever been a nobody? At the apprenticeship ceremony he had slapped Master Su Fan, he had wandered through the Star Sea Pagoda, the Dragon Coiling Lake tournament, he had killed a law enforcement hall disciple, his name had shaken the entire exquisite valley, and in addition to the Sky Universe Palace, Lin Ling was simply the most dazzling proud son of heaven in the history of the seven profound martial house. He had created countless miracles, and he had stirred the hearts of all. Therefore this matter was not impossible. Obviously, this disciple was one of Lin Ling's admirers. As he spoke, his words flowed like a river, and his interest soared. And a powerful proud son of heaven always had admirers. Some of the geniuses that admired Lin Ling also chimed in. Frivolous, free and unrestrained, brave and resourceful. This is the mad god Lin Ling. Nonsense, if he meets a more powerful proud son of heaven, he will only be a stray dog. On the other side, those that were dissatisfied with Lin Ling disdained to retort. The topic of conversation at the seven profound martial house's front gate seemed to revolve around Lin Ling. In the crowd, Long Xiaochen and the others were excited. Whether or not the rumors were true, their boss name had once again shaken the seven profound martial house. Lin Ling really didn't die? Ouyang Feiyong worriedly asked. Boss life is very tough, he definitely didn't die. Yes. Blue Maple firmly nodded. Although he wasn't sure, he still cheered himself on. However, it wasn't just them. In the Rainforest Holy Land, there were many people that were worried about whether or not Lin Ling was still alive. For instance, in the distant ancient Dao Martial Palace, as well as in the Great Tang Empire of the five great ancient countries, the two heavenly concubines and Yu were constantly paying attention to any news about Lin Ling. Pong. At this moment the earth began to shake, as if an ancient giant beast was coming from afar. At the seven profound martial house's main gate, countless disciples' eyes turned to look. In the distance, a 5-meter-tall giant ape was striding towards them like an ancient giant. It was like a demon king had descended. Everyone's heart trembled. What a terrifying demonic beast. However, when they looked over, their pupils constricted. They saw that on the shoulder of the terrifying monster king, there was a slender figure quietly standing there. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind, and his indifferent face held a smile as he proudly looked at the seven profound martial house. Lin Ling return. It was very sensational. Once again, Lin Ling did not keep a low profile like he did in the past. Instead, he returned in a domineering and magnificent manner. Perhaps he also knew that his current forbearance was useless. He had too many enemies. Moreover, he had already reached the stage of immortality. Therefore, rather than forbearance, it was better to be arrogant. When he returned, he would do it openly like a king returning. He also wanted to tell those who wanted him dead that he, Lin Ling, had returned. He also wanted to tell his friends that he, Lin Ling, had not died. It's Lin Ling. The crowd's pupils constricted. The mad god Lin Ling had returned, and he was as wild as ever. At the seven profound martial house's main gate, he had actually ridden a giant monster king and rebuked the wind and the clouds. This was the first person in the history of the seven profound martial house. Boss! Boss! Long Xiaochen and the others shouted out in surprise. The worry in their hearts had finally disappeared. Their boss was truly their sky, always supporting them. Moreover, during this time there were people from the ancient Dao Martial Palace who came to ask about Lin Ling every day. This time they could finally report back. What, Lin Ling hasn't died? Boss! Within the seven profound martial house, many people's pupils constricted. This time they were finally able to determine that Lin Ling had not died. At the same time, in the Rainforest Holy Land, many people also received the news that Lin Ling, who had once dominated the world, had returned. I knew that he wouldn't leave us behind. Yes. Within the ancient Dao Martial Palace, the heavenly concubine looked at the mother-child insect in her hands and finally smiled. Tears flowed from her beautiful eyes, causing the nearby senior apprentice sisters to be surprised. During this time, their junior apprentice sister had been cold and indifferent, as if she had something on her mind. They could even feel that their junior apprentice sister's heart was filled with sorrow, as if she had no attachment to the world. But now their junior apprentice sister had smiled like a spring breeze. That smile seemed to add color to the entire world. The same thing was happening in the distant Great Tang Empire of the 5 great ancient countries. Yu looked at the mother-child insect, her heart leaping with joy. She couldn't help but dance like a peacock, causing many powerhouses to narrow their eyes. This proud daughter of heaven was in a very good mood today. Lin Ling had returned, and the response was tremendous. It was like a king had returned. At this time, at the 7 profound martial houses' main gate, countless people were looking at the giant monster beast. They quietly stepped aside, allowing the monster beast to walk up the steps and step by step towards the gate. They didn't know why they had to give way, but the name of the mad god Linling was enough to intimidate them. As for those geniuses that admired Linling, they were all excited as they looked at this youth. He was just as handsome as they remembered him to be. He was peerlessly frivolous, and his aura was soul-stirring. Stop! The 7 profound martial house does not allow anyone to ride a monster beast. Immediately hand over the monster beast, otherwise you will be violating the rules of the 7 profound martial house. At this moment at the gate 2 figures blocked the giant ape, their icy voices sounding out at the same time. The 7 profound martial house has never had such a rule. And even if it did, is it your turn to care? From atop the giant ape, the icy voice sounded out, causing the several youths below to tremble. What a terrifying aura! However, as they watched Lin Ling swagger in, they felt very uncomfortable in their hearts. These people obviously had a grudge against Lin Ling. They had powerhouses supporting them, and they wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. How could Lin Ling not know this? As for who it was, he was disinclined to guess. After all, within the 7 profound martial house, he had offended many people. Although we are not disciples of the law enforcement hall, the 7 profound martial house is the sacred temple of martial arts. How can we allow people to casually blaspheme the rules? We are here to uphold the rules. One of the youths sneered. Lin Ling was very proud. He had ridden the Monster King back, but he wanted to humiliate Lin Ling. He wanted to force Lin Ling to hand over the Monster King, and then sneak back into the 7 profound martial house with his tail between his legs. Ha ha. On top of the giant beast, Lin Ling faintly smiled but did not say anything. This made the several disciples think that Lin Ling was afraid of violating the rules of the 7 profound martial house. After all, no matter how crazy Lin Ling was, there were countless people in the 7 profound martial house who were stronger than him. As long as Lin Ling dared to violate the rules, Lin Ling would die just the same. Unfortunately, they had forgotten that although Lin Ling had the title of Mad God, he was brave and resourceful. What did he need to fear? Little flame. Little flame. Lin Ling coldly shouted. Little Flame's giant arm swatted out, and the several disciples who were blocking the way were ruthlessly swept away. They hit a distant rock and spat out blood. Their faces were pale, and they were incomparably disgraced. But the genius who had spoken was slapped to the ground by Little Flame's other arm. Stop me! A disdainful voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Lin Ling was as crazy as ever. But this kind of craziness was very dazzling. A martial artist had to have this kind of drive. If anyone dared to violate their dignity, then they would use their strength to crush them. If they were as low-key as a dog, then what was the point of talking about martial arts? Worthy of Lin Ling. Chapter 808. The banner returns, how dare you? At this moment, an angry roar sounded out, and several figures appeared at the entrance with a large number of people. The one leading them was actually Elder Su Fan. You hit a puppy and now the old dog is here? On Little Flame's shoulder, Lin Ling condescendingly looked down at Su Fan. His voice filled with disdain. Lin Ling, you just returned to the 7 profound martial house and you dare to casually humiliate others. Do you think the 7 profound martial house is your home? Elder Su Fan angrily shouted, coldly looking at Lin Ling. His heart was boiling with anger. Why hadn't Lin Ling died? Why couldn't this bastard die? Moreover, he could see that Lin Ling's strength had broken through to the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He hadn't died, but his strength had increased. To Elder Su Fan, this was worse than death. Little Flame. Lin Ling shouted angrily. Little Flame, who was under his feet, let out a low roar. His right hand slapped the young man under his claws, knocking him unconscious. Even the ground cracked. This slap had an incomparably terrifying strength. Most importantly, Elder Su Fan had already arrived and told Lin Ling to stop. However, not only did Lin Ling not stop, but he became even more aggressive. In front of everyone, he had slapped Elder Su Fan. Elder Su Fan's complexion instantly turned ugly. After returning, Lin Ling was even crazier than before. How could he know that after experiencing life and death, Lin Ling's temperament had been sublimated? He knew that forbearance was useless, and only frivolity could protect everything. Therefore, if the world said that Lin Ling was crazy, then Lin Ling would be crazy for them to see. This person is a Moon Guard disciple, and I am a proud son of heaven on the proud son of heaven list. He ran out to reprimand me, and he doesn't know his own limits. Tell me, shouldn't he be punished? On Lin Ling's shoulder, Lin Ling looked down at Elder Su Fan. Elder Su Fan opened his mouth, but no words came out. The 7 Profound Martial House was the temple of martial arts. Although the competition was fierce, the status was strict and there were many rules. When a Moon Guard level disciple faced a proud son of heaven, they had to have a respectful attitude. But if they provoked a proud son of heaven, then they would be injured or even killed. No one could blame them for this. After all, a Moon Guard level disciple's status was not higher than a proud son of heaven. Not only that, but a Moon Guard level disciple's strength was much weaker, and he had overestimated himself by provoking a proud son of heaven. How could a proud son of heaven be casually humiliated? If he fought back, then the 7 Profound Martial House would judge him innocent. Get lost! Lin Ling shouted again, letting Little Flame take large strides forward. Outside the gate, Su Fan and his disciples had ugly expressions on their faces. Lin Ling had told them to scram. Damn it! However, other than Su Fan, all the other disciples made way for Lin Ling. It was extremely embarrassing and they did not dare to block Lin Ling's path. Elder Su Fan, shame on you! As Lin Ling passed by Su Fan, a disdainful voice sounded out. Su Fan trembled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Lin Ling had not violated any rules. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Ling proudly entered the 7 Profound Martial House. Boss! Long Xiaochen and the others hurriedly followed Lin Ling, their hearts filled with excitement. This was indeed their boss. His return had alarmed the 7 Profound Martial House and intimidated all the enemies. Lin Ling led Long Xiaochen and the others towards the mountain valley. Along the way, many people were in awe and did not dare to block their path. At this moment, the mountain valley was surging with people. The people of the Fire Ancient clan were settling down here one after another. During this time, the news of Lin Ling's death had spread out, causing the people of the mountain valley to be somewhat forbearing. If they went out, they would be ridiculed and humiliated by others. But now that Lin Ling had returned, the people of the mountain valley had a banner. They no longer needed to look at others. Grandfather! In the distance, Lin Ling saw Ancestor Extreme Flame. His heart was filled with excitement. Perhaps Old Man Zhao's death had caused him to cherish his family and friends even more. Linger! Outside the mountain valley, Ancestor Extreme Flame looked at Lin Ling with excitement. His old eyes were filled with tears. His little grandson really did not die. Within the Fire Ancient clan, many people of the Fire Legion were looking at Lin Ling with excitement. During this time, they had been received by the Great Qin Empire one by one. Only after arriving did they realize just how terrifying their Fire Ancient clan's Lin Ling was, and how many miracles he had created in the 7 Profound Martial House. Lin Ling, this youth who was not even 20 years old, was their banner, and also their pillar of support. Everyone has come. Lin Ling had already jumped down from Little Flame's shoulder. As he saw all the familiar faces, his heart was filled with excitement. Everyone was here. Ancestor Extreme Flame, Qin Xiaolan, Tian Xiaoman, the Fire Ancient clan, and the Fire Legion. Elder Jian, Ouyang Feiyang, and even Elder Longdan, Elder Hu Ding, and the others had also come. These people were all looking at Lin Ling with excitement, causing Lin Ling's heart to feel warm. When he had been wrapped up in murderous intent, he had almost turned into a mindless demon. At that time, it had been these people who had supported him. When he had been helpless under the oppression of powerful enemies, It had been these people who had supported him to become stronger. His heart of martial arts was to be free and unrestrained, to stand at the peak of the world. But if he could not even protect his loved ones, then how could he be free and unrestrained? Today he had returned. He had to cherish everything, and he had to become even stronger. And today, although he still had not reached the level where he could laugh proudly at the 7 profound martial house, he was already able to awe all the heroes on the 7 profound heavens chosen list. Everyone followed Lin Ling into the mountain valley. At this moment the mountain valley was like a giant city. There were a massive number of mansions, and it was completely different from the previous desolate place. Moreover, the spiritual energy here was rich and it was full of vitality. It was an excellent place to cultivate, but outsiders could not easily enter. They could only secretly envy. Everyone is here. Where's my big brother? Big brother. Lin Ling looked at each of his family and friends, and then said to Di Jichuan. Di Jichuan's face darkened. Shirtian, I'm fine. It's just that I can't walk out of my heart, and I don't have the face to see you. The Sword Elder sighed. It was obvious that they all knew about the second dream. It was just that the other party's status was too high, and they were both willing parties. Therefore, they were unable to find the other party to settle their accounts. After all, when it came to matters between lovers, it was true that both parties were willing parties. If you wanted to obtain the other party, then you had to pay a price. But after paying a price, if the other party betrayed you and abandoned you, then you could not blame the other party. This was because when it came to matters of the heart, outsiders could not intervene. Others would say that they did not like the other party, so they had to separate. Although they knew that the second dream came with ulterior motives, how could they blame others? They could only blame Sakra's greed for beauty, and that was why they had ended up like this. Lin Ling, perhaps you don't know, but the second dream is the martial housemaster's disciple. The Sword Elder said, and Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He knew that the second dream's origin was not simple. When Sky Universe Palace was able to summon so many experts, he could see it. But he did not expect that the second dream was the martial housemaster's disciple. No wonder the second dream said to Lin Ling that when Lin Ling and Sakra decided to challenge the martial housemaster, they were already half a step into hell, consigned to eternal damnation. This also meant that everything was the martial housemaster's idea. Martial housemaster. Lin Ling clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 809. I failed to. Lin Ling, I know you want to take revenge, but we are no match for the prefecture master. Sword Elder sighed. If he could touch the other party, he would have taken his revenge long ago. Unfortunately, he couldn't. The second dream was backed by the prefecture master. The prefecture master even wanted them to challenge him openly. That way, the prefecture master would be able to kill them openly. Therefore, Sword Elder and the rest could only endure. The prefecture master? Lin Ling took a deep breath. He knew that Sword Elder and the rest were worried. He even knew that if he wanted to take revenge on the 2 ancient countries and challenge the prefecture master, he still had a long way to go. However, how could he let go of the second dream just like that? I'll go take a look at Big Brother. Lin Ling didn't say anything else and walked towards the depths of the mountain valley. In the depths of the mountain valley, the spiritual energy was dense. A slender figure leaned on the spiritual root and drank wine dispiritedly. When Lin Ling saw this, his body trembled. This person's clothes were dirty and he didn't care about his appearance. There were many wine bottles on the ground. This person's hair was white and he was completely different from the arrogant and domineering figure in his memory. This made Lin Ling's heart ache. His big brother used to be arrogant and arrogant. However, today he had become like this. Even his hair was white and he was dispirited. The second dream brought great harm to his big brother. That kind of harm wasn't physical but mental. After all, the second dream was his big brother's first love. First love was always beautiful and made people yearn for it. Unfortunately, most first love was like a dream and it was easily broken. After one was broken, the impact was undoubtedly huge. Moreover, the second dream wasn't a matter of liking or not. Most importantly, she had betrayed Sakra. From the beginning to the end, the second dream had played Sakra like an ant. To be betrayed by one's beloved, this kind of impact was even greater. Not to mention, this kind of thing happened to the arrogant Sakura. The second dream. Lin Ling clenched his fists. That sinister girl was so hateful. Defeating a person wasn't scary. The scariest thing was to make the other party lose their martial heart and become a real cripple. Sakura was his family, his brother. In the past, when he was weak, Sakura had always protected him. In the Sky Universe Palace, Sakura had even used his head as a stake to prove that he was Lin Ling. So, how could Lin Ling not feel heartache when he saw Sakura in such a state? If you had a brother in your life, you would have no more regrets in life. Lin Ling was the same. Big brother. A soft voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Sakura, who was far away, to tremble. He lifted his head and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief as surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. Lin Ling was still alive. He was excited, but he did not dare to look into Lin Ling's eyes. He felt guilty. After all, he wasn't a fool. In the past, Lin Ling had warned him many times to be careful of the second dream. However, he believed in the second dream. Lin Ling had given him a spirit artifact, the second dream. Now, how could he still have the face to see Lin Ling? Second brother. Sakura murmured. During this time, he didn't see anyone. This was because he always had a feeling that everyone was laughing at him. He also knew that the entire Seven Profound Martial House treated him as a joke. But when he saw Lin Ling, he was excited, he felt guilty, and he took it to heart. Sakura took a large step forward and arrived in front of Lin Ling. Then he knelt down. Second brother, I was wrong. He kowtowed heavily. Lin Ling gently sighed and helped Sakura up. Big brother, between brothers there is no right or wrong. As long as you can wake up, nothing is more important than this. As long as a man has strength, why would he be afraid of not having a wife? The shame that the second dream gave you. Don't you want to take revenge? Ha ha. Sakura helplessly smiled. Revenge I want to. But that's easier said than done. I have already become a cripple. And my king body talent has been taken away by the second dream. How can I take revenge? He bitterly smiled, even more dispirited. Lin Ling shook his head. He wanted to say something, but Sakura walked away step by step until he reached the spiritual root. He picked up the jug of wine and drank. Second brother, big brother has wronged you. You should go. Your graciousness, big brother will repay it in his next life. What he lost wasn't his talent, what was crippled wasn't his cultivation, but his heart of martial arts. Lin Ling's expression turned cold. He walked towards Sakura step by step. With a wave of his right hand, the jug of wine in Sakura's hand shattered. Sakura looked at Lin Ling in confusion. Lin Ling's eyes were ice cold. He slapped out and slapped Sakura's face. Sakura's eyes narrowed. His second brother slapped him and he was already a cripple. He couldn't resist. Could it be that his second brother was here to mock him and humiliate him? This slap is to wake you up. Failure isn't scary. What's scary is your fear of failure. You must know that on the path of martial arts, how can there be no failures? And because of a single failure, you gave up on yourself and gave up on your beliefs. Hence, this slap is to tell you that if you continue to be so dispirited, you and I are no longer brothers. Lin Ling spoke word by word. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. I know failure isn't scary. However, the second dream has already become my heart demon. I want revenge, but what revenge should I use? Even if I still have talent, I'm still not her opponent. She is the disciple of the Manor Lord, an existence that can never be defeated. You can mock me all you want, but I only want to say that our opponent isn't an ordinary opponent. Sakura roared in anger. His emotions were incomparably agitated. The second dream had become a huge obstacle in his heart that he would never be able to overcome. It made him believe that the second dream would never be able to win. This woman's talent was terrifying. Her shrewdness was deep, and she was the daughter of the Manor Lord. She suppressed him from all angles, giving him no chance to take revenge. Not only that, he also knew that if it was someone else, they wouldn't have the chance to take revenge. After all, the second dream was perfect. She was like a perfect girl bestowed by the heavens. Hence, even if he wasn't crippled, he wouldn't be able to take revenge. And since he couldn't, Lin Ling couldn't as well. Excuses. Lin Ling walked away step by step. His voice was like thunder in the sky, causing Sakura's body to tremble. He looked at that slender back in shock. You failed, so you became dispirited, so you believed that your opponent would never be able to win. However, you are a coward. You only failed because of your talent. But do you know, I also failed before and almost died. I was entangled by killing intent. I was chased by experts from 2 ancient countries. I almost lost my consciousness, but I persevered because I knew that I couldn't lose. I had to defeat my opponent. I couldn't lose because I wanted to soar above this world. I wanted to protect the tranquility in my heart. After that, I rose up. I brought back endless glory. Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, shocking Sakura's heart. Yes, he failed. He only lost his talent, but he was still alive. The mountain valley was like the most stable home, giving him the greatest protection. As long as Lin Ling didn't fall, no one would dare to invade this place. It also gave him enough time to stand up again. However, what about Lin Ling? He struggled outside and failed. Who would protect him? Who would support him? Who would allow him to rise up from failure? No one. Chapter 8:10. The perfect blessed daughter of heaven. At this moment, Sakura discovered that the little brother that he had always protected had also been protecting him. It was just that he didn't know it. Moreover, he discovered that his own failure and Lin Ling's failure were much more difficult. After all, that was a life or death crisis. However, Lin Ling had still stubbornly withstood it and continued to rise. The second dream is not the most terrifying. You say that she is perfect, that she is invulnerable, but I want to see just how fierce she is. Revenge, this is only the beginning. There has never been anyone that has been able to provoke me, Lin Ling, and then come out unscathed. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. When the second dream decided to attack me, she had already lost. The slender figure disappeared in front of him. That firm voice caused Sakura's body to tremble once more. His second brother was still boiling with fighting spirit, forever filled with confidence. A martial artist was free and unrestrained in the world. There was never an opponent that they could not defeat, only an opponent that they did not dare to face. The second dream once said that I have a better talent than second brother, but I am inferior to him. At this moment I seem to know what that is. Sakura looked up at the sky. Dark clouds billowed, but through the layers of clouds, one could faintly see a faint blue sky. Was his second brother going to attack? Was he going to attack the 7 profound martial house's most talented, shrewd, and perfect daughter of heaven? Could his second brother win? At this moment, above the tallest ancient tree in the rainforest Holy Land, green leaves fluttered like the clouds in the sky. And above these green leaves, 2 figures quietly stood there, as if they were monarchs overlooking the endless rivers and mountains. One of them was already a monarch, but the other was a young girl that had just begun to reveal her talent. Master, Lin Ling has not died. He has returned. Yes. A soft voice floated out from the young girl's mouth without joy or sorrow. Haha, he really is an unkillable cockroach. Dream, what do you think is so mysterious about this Lin Ling that he can't die so often? The man turned around and looked at the young girl. This man was the current 7 profound martial house master Tianlin. He had strength and status that surpassed everything. He was the king of the 5 great ancient countries. I don't know, there is something about him that I cannot see through. Dream, the young girl faintly said. At the same time she tucked her hair behind her ear. Her every movement was devastatingly beautiful, as if she were a pure lotus flower. Di Shi Tian has already been crippled. Lin Ling luckily didn't die, but next it should be Lin Ling's turn to attack. Meng, are you confident? The man spoke again. It's just a small matter. Lin dream. Lin, of course. She had a terrifying talent. She was shrewd. In addition to her current status, Lin Ling was mysterious. But could he compare to her? Moreover, although Lin Ling's name had shaken the Rainforest Holy Land, it was only a trivial matter to her. In the Rainforest Holy Land there were many hidden powerhouses. It was just that the average person did not know of them. Lin Ling did not have the qualifications to step into such a powerful domain, but she could. Good. Lin Ling, play with him until he dies. Tianlin faintly said. From beginning to end, he was firm in his position. He believed that the D bloodline was a terrifying existence. Lin Ling had obtained Di Wuji's inheritance, but he was just a lucky boy, nothing more. The most important thing right now is for you to become an elder. Skyforest spoke again, causing Second Dream's beautiful eyes to shine with light. The 7 profound martial house had a strict hierarchy. The martial house master was first, and then there was old Xian, apprentice, elders, proud sons of heaven, moon guard level disciples, and so on. She was a proud son of heaven, but she wanted to become an elder. The 2 words elder seemed simple, but the truth was that they held endless glory and glory. Although Elder Su Fan seemed helpless against Lin Ling, the truth was that Lin Ling had not violated the rules of the 7 profound martial house. Otherwise, Elder Su Fan could easily move against Lin Ling. Moreover, a martial hall elder's status was comparable to a family head of the 5 great ancient countries. Placed outside, they were above tens of thousands of people. Most importantly, the Second Dream wanted to rise up and shake the rainforest holy land. Her first step was to become an elder, and then become a top proud son of heaven on the proud son of heaven roll. Becoming an elder was her top priority, and also one of her life's plans. She could not afford to make a mistake. She had been preparing for this for several years. As for becoming a top proud son of heaven on the proud son of heaven roll, this could not be rushed. She had to experience the great tournament, so she had to slowly wait. Moreover, if she became an elder, she would be the youngest elder of the Rainforest Holy Land's 7 great martial hall elders. Her name would inevitably shake the Rainforest Holy Land. All martial artists want to become stronger and walk higher. Becoming an elder is the first step in my life. Master, I have prepared for so many years, I will definitely succeed. Master. The Second Dream's long hair fluttered in the wind. She was like a queen descending to the world, controlling the world. Master also believes that you will succeed. You will be the first proud son of heaven to become an elder of the younger generation in the 7 profound martial house. Master. Skylin praised. How could his disciple be a nameless nobody? Therefore, it was time for his disciple to shine. Becoming an elder was also the first step. 3 days from now it will be your day of glory. The 7 profound martial house will hold an elder ceremony for you. Master. A short 3 days quietly passed. The Second Dream was to become a new elder of the 7 profound martial house. This news snowballed, causing a sensation in the 7 profound martial house. The Second Dream, a proud daughter of heaven, was also a mysterious young girl. Many people longed for her, but not many knew her true identity. But during this time, the Second Dream had rejected Sakura and announced her identity to the public. Everyone knew that the Second Dream was the daughter of the current martial house master. Thus, even more people admired the Second Dream. This was a proud daughter of heaven who had been born with a golden spoon in her mouth. As for Sakura, everyone laughed at him. A toad wanting to eat swan meat. But now, the Second Dream was to become an elder. No one in the entire 7 profound martial house refused to accept this. They were all looking forward to this proud daughter of heaven creating the first miracle of the 7 profound martial house, endless glory. Early in the morning, in the ancient square of the 7 profound martial house, a large number of people had gathered. There were Star Guard level disciples, Moon Guard level disciples, elders, scholars, and even old Xian. Everyone was quietly waiting for this moment. The Second Dream is younger than us, but her strength is formidable. Now that she has become an elder, everyone is envious of her. Yes, she is worthy of being the proud daughter of heaven that we look up to. She is so beautiful. I think that she deserves to become an elder. To become an elder at such a young age. Perhaps she will be the next martial house master. The crowd was talking. Some admired her, some envied her, but most of them were sincerely convinced. Besides those from the 7 profound martial house, there were also powerhouses from the other major martial arts halls that had arrived. All of them were shocked in their hearts. The martial house master's disciple was truly not an ordinary person. She's come out. Chapter 8:11. Lin Ling had made his move. On the square, the first person to appear was a middle-aged man. He wore a loose robe, and he looked cultured and elegant. As he stepped forward, an indescribable aura of a powerhouse filled the air. This middle-aged man seemed to represent the heavens. The aura that he gave off was not overbearing and dominating, but as mysterious as the heavens themselves. This person was the current martial house master Tianlin. The eyes of the various martial arts hall powerhouses flashed, and they were secretly surprised. This mysterious powerhouse Tianlin. His strength seemed to have risen again. He was one step closer to the peak of the rainforest's holy land, the Holy King. Then, everyone's eyes turned to look behind Tianlin. Following behind him was a beautiful young girl. She wore a long black dress and her long hair was tied up. She wore black leather boots, and her delicate ears were adorned with a pair of moon pendants. Anyone who saw her would feel that she was extraordinary. Most importantly, this girl's eyes were deep and beautiful. As they looked into her eyes, the hearts of the youths couldn't help but skip a beat. They had a feeling of prostrating themselves before her. She is the second dream. She is as beautiful as a dream. This was the first time that the proud sons of heaven from the various martial arts halls had seen the second dream. Their hearts began to violently beat. Even if this young girl said something, they would still do it. Thank you all for coming today. As they arrived at the square, Martial House Master Tianlin's voice spread out. It was very soft, like a gentle wind blowing from the horizon, but everyone could hear it. From these words alone, one could see the Martial House Master's strength. Haha. This is just our luck. The various martial arts hall powerhouses laughed. Tianlin also smiled, giving off the aura of a grandmaster. Today's goal is simple. That is to have my disciple become an elder of the 7 profound martial house. He will also be the youngest elder in the history of the 7 profound martial house. Tianlin proudly said. The crowd was silent for a moment. Then a burst of cheers sounded out. The second dream's talent was terrifying. This was a matter that everyone knew. In addition, his background was enormous. Who would oppose him? You deserve it. Many people nodded, especially some young geniuses. They even applauded, which made the second dream smile. Her beautiful face was calm, but she was excited. After all, she was about to achieve her first goal in life. She believed that this was only the beginning, and she would go even further in the future. This was the second dream. Life was not like that of an ordinary girl. She had her own goals, her own ambitions, and she was different from others. Of course, although I am the martial house master, I am not biased. The 7 profound martial house is a fair and just hall of martial arts. Becoming an elder is not up to me, but everyone else. At the very least, he wanted to let everyone know that he had allowed the second dream to become an elder not because he was his disciple. Everyone laughed. Although the second dream was able to become an elder mainly because the mansion master was her master, the truth was that the second dream's talent was also very terrifying. Most importantly, everyone was convinced that she could easily become an elder. In the vast square, all the powerhouses and geniuses responded with applause. No one objected. Since no one objects, then this martial house master will announce this to the world. Let the world celebrate. Mansion Master Skylin faintly smiled, a satisfied look on his face. His disciple's fame had shaken the rainforest holy land. As her master, he would have a bit more face. Announcing to the world, that will be sensational. Many people in the crowd excitedly said. This announcement was not made in the 100 territories, but in the rainforest holy land and the 100 territories. At that time, both fame and fortune would be reaped. The second dream's lips curved into a sweet smile. All martial artists wanted to stand out and be admired by tens of thousands of people. She was about to achieve this. At that time, there would be even more proud geniuses that would love her and kneel before her. She loved this feeling of being in control of everything. She was a dream, she was the night. She had to control everything. The 7 profound martial house is a sacred hall of martial arts. To rashly allow a slut to become an elder, this is too shameful for the 7 profound martial house. Senior Skylin, you are only the mansion master, but you did not create the 7 profound martial house. However, at this moment, an icy cold voice sounded out, causing the entire square to fall silent. Someone was objecting? The crowd was in an uproar. After all, this objection was in existence that would offend the mansion master. This was even more terrifying than offending the 5 great ancient countries or the major powers. Under countless gazes, A large number of people arrived at the square. There was Elder Jian, Elder Longdan, Elder Hu Ding, Elder Gu Sushua, and many others. They were mighty and majestic, their aura able to swallow mountains and rivers. The one leading them was actually a youth that was less than 20 years old. He wore a blue and white robe, and his face was indifferent. His lips curved up in a taunting smile. It was shocking. There were indeed people objecting, and it seemed that there was more than one person. Lin Ling. The second dream glared at the youth, her beautiful eyes narrowing. She hadn't thought that an ant like Lin Ling would come and interrupt her. This was the same as giving her a slap in the face in front of everyone. Was she a perfect daughter of heaven? Lin Ling didn't believe it. Lin Ling had nearly been killed by her in the past, and Sakura had been crippled. How could Lin Ling endure silently? Sakura had feared this perfect daughter of heaven, but Lin Ling had not. He had said that his revenge had just begun. So today he had made his move. Lin Ling. The entire square was in an uproar. The people of the 7 Profound Martial House were in an uproar. Their eyes were fixed on the youth. This youth was so arrogant that his name of Mad God had once again shocked everyone. The most important thing was that Lin Ling had not come alone, but had brought a large number of people with him. Among them were many powerhouses, and many of them were the powerful Elder Xian. Lin Ling's rallying power was truly terrifying. The position of elder, is that something that a slut can do? The cold voice resounded in the square again, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble violently. Slut, they all knew who Lin Ling was scolding. He was definitely scolding the second dream. However, the second dream was the love of countless young men, and she was also the disciple of the palace lord. She was a perfect daughter of heaven, but Lin Ling dared to call her a slut in front of everyone. What a bold move. Pa pa pa. The square was silent. Everyone looked at the group of people striding over, but most of them were looking at the youth in the lead. This youth was so arrogant, he didn't even fear the palace lord Tianlin. Di Wuji's successor? The palace lord's eyes flickered. He was also incomparably surprised. All along, he was only afraid of the Di family. However, the strongest genius of the Di family, Sakura, had been crippled, and the sword elder had to swallow his anger. He knew that the Di family was no longer a threat. When Lin Ling returned, the palace lord did not place him in his eyes. He thought that he was a dead man. But who knew that Lin Ling was more terrifying than anyone from the Di family? He was a banner that brought everyone to the square to slap the palace lord's face. Lin Ling, who do you think you are? Do you think that the position of elder is something that you can decide? At this moment, someone angrily shouted from the side. It was Elder Su Fan. That is not something that a dog like you can decide. The position of elder is something that everyone can decide. It is something that the 7 Profound Martial House has the final say. I am only speaking on behalf of the 7 Profound Martial House's unwilling people. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. He was not afraid of Elder Su Fan, and coldly shouted. These words caused Elder Su Fan's eyes to widen. Lin Ling had called him a dog in front of countless people, and even in front of the other martial arts halls. Oh, it's over. I'm begging for the last few days of monthly votes. I've worked very hard these days, everyone can see it. So fight with me, students. Chapter 8:12. Heartless, unrighteous, disloyal, unfilial. This kid is crazy. Today, all the big shots are gathered here, including the chief. Isn't he afraid of death? Damn. After the initial shock, many top geniuses' eyes flashed coldly. Mad God Lin Ling was a very domineering title, but to them he was still just an ant. After all, Lin Ling was only ranked 200 on the genius list. There were more than 100 geniuses of the same age who were stronger than him. What right did he have to be arrogant? Moreover, he had insulted the second dream in front of so many people and called her a bitch. Lin Ling was courting death. Of course, in such a big scene with so many experts gathered here, they naturally wouldn't teach Lin Ling a lesson. Because they knew that the chief wouldn't let Lin Ling have an easy time since Lin Ling was so arrogant. The others also had cold smiles on their faces. That young man had offended the palace lord's dignity in public. Therefore, they also wanted to see how the young man would deal with this. Did he think that it was possible for him to interrupt the second dream and become an elder? Countless people were looking at Lin Ling, and the second dream was also looking at Lin Ling. She was angry before, but she was a shrewd person after all, so she quickly calmed down and smiled gently. Is it because I rejected your brother that you are against me becoming an elder? It's just that matters of the heart can't be forced. You are here to help your brother vent his anger, so you are here to cause trouble. Isn't this too unsightly? So that's how it is. The second dream rejected Sakura, and Sakura is Lin Ling's elder brother. No wonder Lin Ling is here. He, the disgraceful Sakura. He is simply a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Lin Ling is about the same. The crowd started to discuss. Lin Ling was here to cause trouble, it was very ugly, but he was here to help his elder brother vent his anger. And based on this statement, he wanted to stop the second dream and become an elder? Mocking and disdainful voices sounded out, causing the sword elder and the others to frown. According to the legends, the second dream had the wisdom of the heavens, and was as shrewd as the sea. Today they had seen it with their own eyes. Indeed, it was not a small matter. With just one sentence, everyone in the square sided with her, and Lin Ling became the one who was making trouble for no reason. After all, matters of the heart couldn't be forced. Because he was rejected, so he came here to cause trouble. How would others care about him? Even if he was a toad, the second dream, she was more like a pure and noble swan. You're here on behalf of the D family. But aren't your actions a little too humiliating? In the high seats, the martial house master's expression was calm, but his voice was like a divine emperor from the highest heavens. Indeed, if Lin Ling had come here for Sakura, then not only would he not have succeeded, but he would have made a great mistake. After all, the conferment of an elder was a sacred event. Lin Ling had come here to cause trouble, and this was also a loss of face for the seven profound martial house. Therefore, if Lin Ling did not have a good explanation for this, then his crime would be punishable by death. Everyone's eyes looked at the slender figure in the blue and white robe. Many people were gloating over his misfortune. The second dream is really as intelligent as the rumors say. I just made a move, and you have already turned the tables on me. Admirable. At this moment, a light voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the crowd's eyes to twinkle. At such a critical moment, Lin Ling was still able to maintain his calm. This boy's mentality was indeed steady. I came here to help my big brother regain his dignity. Therefore, I oppose the second dream becoming an elder of the seven profound martial house. Lin Ling said again, and the crowd went into an uproar. Lin Ling really dared to say this. He had clearly come here for revenge. If he did, then he would lose face for the seven profound martial house, and his crime would be punishable by death. Even the sword elder's pupils constricted. He did not understand why Lin Ling would say this. This was the second dream's plan. The second dream's lips curved into a faint smile. Lin Ling was not as terrible as he had imagined. However, the elders of the seven profound martial house are highly respected and respected. They are teachers that are admired by tens of thousands of geniuses. If the second dream becomes an elder, then the seven profound martial house's elder position is too worthless. However, Lin Ling's words changed, and his cold voice sounded out again. Therefore, I came here with my own selfish motives, but I also came here to represent the voice of the masses. I know that there are many people present who support the second dream becoming an elder, but there are also a few who do not agree. The square was silent. Indeed, most people supported the second dream becoming an elder, but that did not mean that all of them did. It was just that the second dream's background was too great, so no one dared to speak. That's just your opinion. The second dream's slender eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Lin Ling was very calm, and admitted his own selfish motives. But he was also very cunning. With just a few words, he had caused those who had previously hesitated to hesitate, and now they were even more hesitant to support him. My own words. Lin Ling coldly shouted, and raised his hand. We oppose. Behind him, the sword elder and the others loudly shouted. Although their numbers could not compare to the martial house masters, their momentum was still magnificent, enough to intimidate the heavens. Becoming an elder of the seven profound martial house is no trifling matter. You must pass a martial, literary, and moral assessment. You must pass 12 Xian elders, 36 apprentices, and all the other elders must unanimously agree. But now, there are still voices of opposition, but you still want to confer the second dream the title of an elder. You are the one speaking. Lin Ling's cold voice once again sounded out from his mouth. His momentum was overwhelming, and the square was even more silent. The second dream's pupil shrank. Lin Ling was only an ordinary proud son of heaven, but he seemed to be very familiar with the rules of the seven profound martial house, and knew the conditions for conferring the title of elder. Moreover, Lin Ling's words were frank and heroic, filled with a strong sense of righteousness. First, he stated that he had come here with selfish motives, and then he spoke openly, making it so that no one could refute him. The martial housemaster was also silent. He had thought that Lin Ling had come out to cause trouble, and that it had been a moment of impulse. But now he discovered that this youth was incomparably intelligent. Then what do you want? The martial housemaster's low voice sounded out. He faintly stared at Lin Ling. This gaze was enough to make any powerhouse tremble in fear. However, Lin Ling was fearless. He took a step forward, and his icy voice sounded out. The position of an elder is sacred and dignified. The first rule of the seven profound martial house is that only those who are unrighteous, unfaithful, and unfilial can become an elder. Everyone's pupils shrank. This was indeed the rule of the seven profound martial house, and even the rule of the seven martial hall. Unrighteous, unfaithful, and unfilial. This was not only the requirement of the martial hall's elders, but also the requirement of becoming a disciple. Therefore, there were some vicious and murderous geniuses that the martial hall would not recruit. However, the second dream was a perfect proud daughter of heaven. How could she possibly be unrighteous, unfaithful, and unfilial? As the crowd began to talk, the second dream's complexion changed. Lin Ling's words were too fierce. She had somewhat underestimated Lin Ling. How am I unrighteous, unfaithful, and unfilial? The second dream also took a step forward, and a powerful aura erupted from her. At this juncture, she could not weaken her aura, otherwise she would not have the face to be conferred the title of elder. In the lands of the 100 domains there will be chaos everywhere. The strong will be revered, and the weak will be treated like ants. Have you ever thought about this? Lin Ling looked at the second dream, and his icy voice floated out. This is the truth of the world. How could I possibly change it? Therefore I have never thought about it. The second dream lightly replied. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.